Hello there, my friend. Welcome back to the channel. My name is Gavin. Thank you very much for being here. Today we are continuing our coverage of day 2 of the trial of the state of Georgia versus Christopher Wolfenbarger, who is accused of killing his wife, Melissa Wolfenbarger. Yesterday was opening statements and several witnesses. Today we continue the state's witnesses, and the proceedings were scheduled to start at 9:30. Of course, court always kind of starts late. As you guys know, I'm working my day job as well, and so we're going to just let this go in the background, and we will. Where are we? We're gonna let. Wow, what is that? Hang on, just one second. I'm gonna fix this. Don't worry, but we will. We will just let her go while I continue my work. Thank you very much for joining me, guys. All right, I think I've got everything ready for when this starts. I'm also going to get Law and Crime up and running in the background as well. So thanks for being patient with me, guys. It doesn't look like Law and Crime has this stream going yet, so we're just going to start with Court TV. Hopefully they'll get audio for us. Just trying to get this all set up. I really should have. Well, it's part of having a day job. I've got to work all morning, then just cut in for this. So, yeah, you guys are super patient. I appreciate it. All righty. I've never once been in court. Not one single solitary time have I ever been in court where it started on time. Not one single time. If you guys could see what I'm doing. Now the state's public information report system isn't working, which is driving me crazy. Let's see what you guys are talking about real quick. Of course, I don't have it set up. Here we go. Yeah, patience. You guys are awesome. it comes to fizzy drinks, I'm on Jen's side. I'm a Pepsi guy. Autumn, Red Bull, and Dr. Pepper. Oh my goodness. Cannot abide Pepsi. Man, you guys. Man, while we're waiting for this, you just never know when this is going to begin. I do like your conversation about Pepsi and sodas and stuff, but I'll tell you what I'm working on right now. I'm working on Pennsylvania State Police. They're called public information reports. And you get to see all sorts of stuff. Okay, so a 16-year-old female was arrested in Seneca, PA for criminal mischief, kicked a bedroom door, damaging the door handle and locking mechanism. Okay, somebody called police on a 16-year-old. What else have we got? We've got drug possession in Oil City, Pennsylvania. Driving under the influence of drugs, not good. And then we've got criminal mischief. An unknown actor shot a hole in a resident's mailbox. Okie dokie.
Honorable Judge Richard Price is presiding.
Here we go.
Thank you all. Please be seated. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Is there any pretrial matters that housekeeping while we're getting Mr. Wolfenbarger that we might need to take up?
Yes, ma'am, I have a few.
Okay.
Wants to go first, I'll be happy to let them.
Okay. Well, if it's substantive, then we're just going to wait on Mr. Wolfenbarger. If it's just scheduling or housekeeping, we can do that.
I guess it is substantive.
Okay.
It's borderline, but I'll wait for Chris.
Well, yeah, better to err on letting Mr. Wolfenbarger hear it. Ma'am, forgive me for not knowing your name, but I was advised that you had requested the Zoom link. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
I think if you have an email address on a business card, if you can provide it to Ms. Johnson, I've authorized her to give it to you.
Okay, thank you.
The one request I'll have is just, so this big board that faces the jury, it's set to not show anybody that's not participating by video. So that means as long as you keep your video off, you won't appear on that screen, and that's what I care about.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
You got a haircut, Mr. Wolfenbarger? Okay.
We thank you, Your Honor, for your involvement.
Okay. Madam Court Reporter, you ready? Okay. This is going to be day 4 of the trial of Christopher Wolfenbarger, case number 24SC004201. I'll note for the record that Mr. Wolfenbarger is present here in the courtroom along with his counsel, and that the state's counsel is also present. Are there any, I believe we have all of our jurors and we're ready to begin. Do we have any preliminary matters we need to take up before we have the jury in? Mr. McDermott?
Yes, ma'am, I have a few.
Okay.
First, I know we've invoked the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir.
But since Court TV's here and this is live streamed on the internet, would there be any way to instruct or enforce the possibility that witnesses are watching the testimony anyway and then
Well,
coming in here to
that,
testify?
my understanding is that that would be a violation of the rule of sequestration, that they're not to gather information about the trial by observing it or by talking to witnesses, and that it's the party's obligation to make sure their witnesses know what their obligation is as to the rule of sequestration.
Secondly, we have evidence that there is a deal and production discussion of a Netflix documentary of the Patton family from the beginning all the way up to the sweep of the Wolfenbarger trial, and that potentially the video that's being streamed here will be used in that documentary. And I know that there's at least one potential witness who has signed a contract for money to be in that documentary.
Sounds like fodder for cross-examination.
It is, but yeah. Am I going to be limited to asking Norma Patton, for example, for whom I don't have evidence of that yet, on cross with an open question? Or can we get some assurance ahead of time? Because that would be Brady material if she has signed a contract or otherwise agreed to be in a documentary for which she stands to gain financially.
Well, certainly it goes to her credibility and would be, as I said, fodder for cross-examination. I'm not sure that it strays into Brady material,
It
but
goes to her credibility as Giglio material.
Mr. Fawcett, Ms. Hilton, do you have any knowledge on that issue?
We don't have any knowledge, but we'll inquire, and if we find that out, we will let defense counsel know, but we do not know at
Okay.
this juncture.
Thank you.
And if he knows the tentative person, he can tell us, and we can just continue to
Well,
inquire.
I've already told him. I had this discussion with Mr. Fawcett a
Okay.
few days ago. and
Okay.
I'm supposed to find out, so. I just talked with Mr. Fawcett. They're going to play a piece of a police interview we've already talked about that we edited down.
Yes, sir.
And since we cut off the beginning of that video, we cut off where the detective says what the date and time of it was.
Yes.
So we've stipulated for the record that would be, that interview occurred on May 5th, 2021.
Okay. And I don't know what you're anticipating, but I assume that when that is going to be played or demonstrated for the jury, that one or the other of you would simply announce that the parties have agreed that it occurred on X date at X time.
Thank you.
Is that right, Mr. McDermott? That's what
That's
you were
my
anticipating?
understanding. I just wanted to be on the record that there was a stipulation.
Sure, Mr. Fawcett? Or Ms. Hilton? Are we in
Yes,
agreement that there's a
Yes, there is a
stipulation?
stipulation. Yes,
And
Your Honor.
what is the date and time?
Of the interview,
Yes.
May 5th, 2021.
Thank you. Anything else?
Your Honor, I was going to ask, Mr. Fawcett need to be let into the Zoom room, and if Ms. Johnson could let him into the Zoom room.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, can you let Mr. Fawcett into the Zoom? Mr. McDermott, did you have any other matters?
There was one related to that interview. I'm wanting to bring in a piece of evidence that is a website article. It's from a national news source, so I believe it would be self-authenticating, and I would inquire with the court, take judicial notice of that.
Mr. Fawcett?
I think the problem is the information in there is a reporter making it, but there's no indication, as you never would have, where the source is coming from the information he's attempting to get in. So for that reason, I'd be opposed to it. Yeah, I'm opposed to just printing off random articles from websites and attempting to introduce them into evidence. I don't agree with that. I think that's improper.
So why don't you email or provide me with a physical copy of the article that you're talking about?
Send it to Ms. German.
Yeah, I think at this point I've directly emailed y'all, so as long as you copy everybody, you can just send it directly to me. Because I think I sent y'all the verdict form. And let me take a look at it. Generally speaking, what you're proposing, right, the purpose of it being self-authenticating is if it is what it purports to be, and if it has that indicia of reliability, then really the issue would be I would need to understand a little bit more about the substance that concerns Mr. Fawcett. But that's, I think, a second layer of the analysis that would need to be done as to your effort to introduce it.
Yes.
And so I think I need to see it to be able to tell you, yes, generally speaking, if it's a national news publication that's a reputable source, am I going to accept it that it is what it purports to be? Sure. But if there's some substance that we need to discuss, then I need to see it. So that's going to be my ruling for now, Mr. McDermott.
So tentatively.
Yes.
Okay.
When the audio goes off like that, that is the court doing that, not me, or maybe Court TV doing it.
Not currently, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Fawcett or Ms. Hilton, anything from the state?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McDermott, are we ready for the jury?
I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay. Can we have the jury, please? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you. I see that you've all
Everybody's
gotten
so
here
polite.
and found your way to where you needed to be, so I appreciate that very much. And we're going to go ahead and get started. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Ronald Brock to the stand.
Okay.
Ronald Rocks to the stand.
Come on up, sir. And when you get to the witness stand, sir, before you have a seat, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
You swear to affirm to the testimony that you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir? I do. You might want to see.
And just be careful about that ledge with that chair on wheels, sir. And then scoot yourself up to the microphone, and if you will state and spell your name for the record, please.
Ronald Brock, RONALD BROCK.
And good morning, Mr. Brock. How are you?
I'm fine.
And do you live in Georgia?
Ma'am?
Do you live in Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your wife's name?
Cynthia,
And how long have you been married?
46 years.
And are you currently working?
No, ma'am.
Are you retired?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you retire?
When I hit 65.
You retired at 65?
I did.
Oh, okay. When you retired in 1965?
Oh, no. I retired at 65. Like
Oh, you
years
retired
old.
at the age of 65. Okay. What year was that when you retired?
3 years ago, what would it be, 2022?
Okay. And what did you retire from?
Action Glass.
And what is Action Glass?
We do commercial, high-rise building replacements, mirrors, storefronts.
Believe this is
We
the
do. Tell me about that.
the video
Is that your
or
family
the
business?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long has that
the
company
business
been in
that
your family?
the head
My
was founded
dad
from.
started it in 1978.
And did you at any point in time serve as the owner of the company?
I become the owner, well, it was me and my younger brother took it over in 97.
And did your wife Cynthia ever work with you at Action Glass?
She was the secretary, yes, ma'am.
And what were some of your job duties and responsibilities as the owner of Action Glass?
Well, I did the estimating. If they needed an extra hand on the job, I did it. I'd go out and look at the jobs. Run a lot of glass through the grinder.
And your wife as secretary, what were some of her job duties and responsibilities?
She answered the phone, did all payroll.
While you were the owner at Action Glass, about how many employees did you have?
On average, 9 to 10.
And tell the jury, where's Action Glass located?
It's 890 Avon Avenue. It's right off of Sylvan Road.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit number 2. And while that's coming up, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 62 and 63. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 62 and 63.
That's it.
Okay, and you said that's it. How do you recognize State's Exhibit 62 and 63?
That's my building, and that's the Action Glass on it.
Is that I'm sorry.
And I still own the building.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the company that your family owned, Action Glass?
It's just been repainted. That's the only difference.
It's been repainted in this picture?
This is, yes, ma'am, this has been painted last year, I believe, is when she done it.
Okay, so is this the current color?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time State would like to admit State's Exhibit 62 and 63 into evidence.
Mr. McDermott,
No objection.
62 and 63 are admitted.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit number 2, which is on the screen, and if you could look this one, I'm sorry.
And
Permission for him to step in?
yes, absolutely. I was going to say, if the witness needs to step down to,
Be careful,
He
Mr. Brock,
can.
step down very briefly. Just point to the jurors, where is Action Glass?
This building here?
And is that indicated by the words Action Glass on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
And now function 62. And while I'm waiting for that, that the employees would do at Action Glass?
Well, we fabricate metal. When I say grind glass, we polish the edges on it on mirrors and glass like tabletops, and we fabricate storefront metal at the shop.
Now, in order to do some of the work that you just described, what type of tools did you use at the company?
We have table saws, skill saws, sawzalls, drills, hammer drills, Dremel tools.
And you said a sawzall. What's a sawzall?
It's another name's a reciprocating saw.
Oh, the
And
saws are
at
important here.
Action Glass, describe to the jury, what was the company culture? Would you allow employees to borrow some equipment and tools at times?
Yes, ma'am.
And when employees wanted to borrow tools, would they have to give you a reason why they wanted to borrow a tool?
No, ma'am.
On average, if an employee wanted to borrow a tool, how long would you allow them to borrow the tool?
If it was during the week, I'd want it back the next day, just, 'cause we make our living with our tools. And then if it's a Friday, they could just bring it back on a Monday.
And we just talked about a reciprocating saw. Y'all have permission to approach again?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 66. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 66?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 66?
It's a sawzall.
Okay, and is that what you were calling a reciprocating saw?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the type of reciprocating saw that you had at your company?
I had Milwaukee's, and I probably had some DeWalt's too.
Okay. So DeWalt is a type or brand?
That's just a type, yes, ma'am.
But does this look similar to these?
Yes, ma'am.
Regardless of what the brand is?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Hold, Your Honor, one second. And does this fairly represent the type of saw that would be at Action Glass?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender 66 for demonstrative purposes.
Mr. McDermott,
No objection.
Exhibit 66 is admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish.
Permission granted.
And is this the same type of saw that you had back in 1996 and 97 and 98? That's an example of a reciprocating saw.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That kind of saw would definitely do the job, wouldn't it?
Now, during your time as owner at Action Glass, did you ever have an employee by the name of Christopher Wolfenbarger?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when did he work for the company?
October of 97 to February of 98. I believe it was.
Are you sure?
Is it 97, 98, 99? One of the two. It's right in there.
Did you provide,
To my knowledge.
no problem, did you provide to me this morning a copy of his separation notice?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when looking at a copy of that, help refresh your memory as to when he worked at the facility.
I didn't even look at it, so I should have.
All right. Y'all, permission to approach?
She shows the
Granted.
defense
You don't have to
counsel
ask every time for the
first.
same witness.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's marked with State's Exhibit 67. Don't read it to me. Read it to yourself.
Okay.
Don't say it out loud. Does it help refresh your memory as to when he worked there?
Yes, ma'am.
When did he work at Action Glass?
October 98 to February of 99.
And do you recall what were some of his job duties and responsibilities while working at Action Glass?
Well, we grind glass, sweep up the shop. That was part of it. We clean our own trucks, fabricate metal, make deliveries, and go pick up stuff that needed, like from C.R. Lawrence or the paint place that we would get our paint from.
And would he, as well as other employees, have to use some of these tools in order to do some of the jobs you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, while working at Action Glass, do you recall Mr. Wolfenbarger asking to borrow any tools?
To the best of my knowledge, he did.
Okay. What type of tool do you remember him asking to borrow?
I'm not sure on the
In 2021,
Yes, ma'am.
or excuse me, in 2024.
I'm not sure of the date.
Okay. Do you remember him coming to your home?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall him speaking to you and your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall him asking about whether or not he ever, I think at the time, he thought stole the saw? Do you remember him asking you about that?
He asked about if something was stolen, and that I told him I didn't know. I couldn't recall.
In that meeting with Mr. Shepard, were you and your wife together in that meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember your wife giving a response about the saw?
I don't remember what her response was.
Do you remember her giving a response about the saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember agreeing with her response about that saw?
I don't remember that.
Do you recall myself and Mr. Vincent and Mr. Wilson coming to your home?
Yes, ma'am.
Last week? And did we play that for you, play that statement for you?
You did.
Okay. You're right, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 31, which is the audio of that, from 6:30 to 7:02.
Mr. McDermott?
We're about to hear a
I've
long
not had
piece of
a
audio.
chance to hear this segment, Your Honor, that's being tendered.
Yeah, I believe the defense counsel has the entirety of the statement. So at some point, I don't know if he listened to it, but I believe he has the statement.
It's about a 30-second clip, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was 30 minutes.
Produced, so I'm going to allow the state to go ahead, subject to your objection. You said that was Exhibit 31?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we're just going to publish 6 minutes and 30 seconds to 7:02.
This is actually pretty typical, you know. Witnesses,
Suspect person, any kind of.
I'm sorry, I'm very hard to hear you.
It's okay. Did you ever suspect Chris of stealing a saw?
He asked to borrow it, from what I remember,
But we never got it back.
but we never got it back.
Gotcha. And that was like a, what type of saw was that?
It's like we either had Milwaukee Sawzalls or DeWalt or something like that.
It's
Just
a
electric.
long handle thing and then a blade.
Gotcha.
We
Okay.
had electric one, they didn't get these on get batteries, so.
So after he was terminated, he never brought the saw back?
Thank you. Is that your voice?
Well, every time I hear
So
my
he
voice,
borrowed it and he stole
that's
it.
I guess.
Okay, I understand, I get it. But listening to that, do you hear when your wife tells the officer he borrowed the saw and then you describe the type of saw that it was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did he ever return that saw?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Yeah, witnesses, they
Now,
forget. It's been 25 years for sure.
Did Mr. Wolfenbarger ever leave employment at your company? Did he ever leave employment? Did he stop working at your company?
Yes, ma'am.
When did he stop working there?
I don't remember the date. I didn't look at it. It's February of '99.
And why did he stop working there?
I let him go that day. He had wrecked my van and then wasn't where he was supposed to be making a delivery and couldn't give me an answer to what actually happened. And so I just let him go.
Maybe he used that van, huh?
And is it fair to say that after letting go, he never returned with that saw that he borrowed?
Not to my knowledge.
Court's indulgence for a moment.
Sure.
Maybe he used the van to transport Melissa's body parts.
Do you recall him telling you why he needed the saw?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. McDermott?
Probably never asked why he needed the saw. People use tools all the time.
Mr. Brock, when you were working at Action Glass still, before you retired at age 65, who opened and closed the business?
Normally I did.
You did. And do you remember telling the detectives you were the only one that had a key?
When my brother and I had it, my brother had a key and I had a key
So only you two had a key?
at the time. And well, my wife would have had one, but she's always with me when I'm there.
So once that shop was closed in the evenings, no employees could have had access to it?
Not once it's closed.
Can I see that termination letter, please?
I might.
Lift it up here.
Here you go.
You just told the jury, or at least based on your recollection, that Chris was terminated because of an accident he had in one of your cars, or one of your vans. Is that correct?
Well, he said somebody hit him, but he couldn't give me a tag number or anything, so.
Isn't it true that that accident happened in December the year before?
That accident where my van was wrecked?
Yes.
No, sir.
Just a minute, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, when defense counsel's finished, just so I can know what he's using to refresh his memory or what he's looking at.
Mr. McDermott?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
That's okay.
To show you to refresh your memory.
I understand.
Does that document help refresh your memory that that accident actually occurred in December?
It tells me that it was wrecked in December, but it could, to me, the day I let him go, it was wrecked again, but it wasn't where I turned it into a police report.
I see. And I'm going to show you the same document they just showed you as far as the separation notice. And do you see this?
Mm-hmm.
And do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory as to the reason you gave for terminating Mr. Wolfenbarger?
I always put lack of work just because when they go to draw unemployment, it's just hassle-free, and I don't have to put up with a bunch of baloney.
So you did put lack of work on that document then?
I did.
Okay.
Trying to impeach the witness's memory, I guess. That's the way it seems.
A clip in which Detective Shepard asked you and your wife whether Christopher had stolen a saw from you. And you testified here that you don't recall whether he stole it or not, whether it was brought back.
I don't remember.
And that's your testimony here today.
To the best of my ability, I do not recall it.
All right. Let's talk about the Sawzall for just a minute. You remember this photograph that they just showed you?
Yes, sir.
You need to get closer. I don't know how good your eyes are or not.
I can see it.
Is that a corded saw or a cordless saw?
That's cordless, but we would have had cord saws at the time, but they all look just alike.
They look similar, but in the 90s, that would have been a corded saw.
It would have been a corded saw.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is this the type of saw you would have used frequently on a job site?
We do.
Back in those days, would you have used them frequently?
Yes, sir.
Would it be the kind of saw that you could buy just about anywhere? Any hardware store?
Home Depot and Lowe's all carries them.
Would you even be able perhaps to get one at Walmart?
I haven't seen one at Walmart.
Okay. Would it be a tool that you would find in nearly any construction site that you would visit?
Some of them may have had it.
Just in general, you've been on a lot of construction sites in your life, haven't you?
Well, I have.
How many would you guess? Hundreds, thousands?
But when we're on the site, we're
No, I
doing
need you to
glass
answer.
work.
I need you to answer my question.
Yes, sir.
How many construction sites have you been on in your life? Just rough estimate.
Several hundred.
Several hundred. And are there other contractors there?
Yes, sir.
And many types of contractors use those types of saws, don't they?
I'm sure they do.
And that is the type of saw you could find on virtually any construction site, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We were just displaying a photograph of the front of your business. Is that, again, that's a fair and accurate representation of the front of Action Glass?
It is now.
It is now. And you said the only difference is it's been painted?
It's been painted.
Is the sign at the top there, was that there always?
We had a sign, yes, sir.
Did it say the same things that this one does?
It had Action Glass and stuff. That's a newer type sign, but the other one had Action Glass on it.
Action Glass, and did it say 890 Avon Avenue?
I don't remember that. I think one guy put the wrong number on one of them one time.
Okay, but it did have the address on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for this witness, Ms. Hilton?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, state called Cynthia Brock.
So it seems like, I mean, just very simply, the defense is going to want to argue he can't remember any of this. And that seems to be about all that they're going to be able to say there. I mean, well, was his saw, wasn't his saw there? These saws are available everywhere. I don't know. I don't know how powerful that witness testimony was.
And when you get to the witness stand, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in, okay?
Raise your hand, please.
Yeah, there you go.
Do you swear according to the testimony that you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and that's what the truth said? I do. Mercy.
Just be careful about those wheels on that chair because there's a ledge there, so get situated. If you'll scoot up to the microphone And if you'll start by stating and spelling your name for me for my record.
Cynthia Brock, Cynthia Cynthia, Brock Brock.
And how are you this morning?
I'm good.
Do you live in Georgia?
I do.
And are you married?
I am.
What's your husband's name?
Ronald Brock.
And are you currently working?
No, ma'am.
How long have you not been working?
15 years.
Are you retired?
Yes.
From what industry?
Excuse me.
From what industry?
Glass.
And did you work at Action Glass Company?
I did.
What did you do for Action Glass Company?
I was office manager, secretary, whatever.
You said whatever. It's like whatever they asked you to do, you did.
Whatever I did.
As your role as office manager and secretary, at least in that defined role, what were some of your job duties and responsibilities?
Basically, accounts payables, receivables, and payroll.
And at Action Glass, was your husband the owner?
Yes,
Would you allow employees to borrow items?
all the time.
And would that be some of the tools that were utilized at the company?
Yes, ma'am.
During your time working as the office manager, do you recall an employee by the name of Christopher Wolfenbacher?
Yes.
And let me ask you, would you recognize him today if you see him, if you saw him? Is that a no?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember when he worked for the company?
It's been a long time, probably over 20 years.
When he worked for the company, do you remember how long he worked for the company?
It was a short time, maybe 4 or 5 months.
Now, while he was working at the company, do you recall him ever borrowing any equipment?
I was told that he was going to be borrowing a piece of equipment.
Dr. Hearsay.
Okay.
Sustained.
Do you recall having an interview with a detective back in 2024?
I do.
Okay. And do you remember that detective coming to your home in 2024?
I do.
Okay. And was your husband present with you during that interview?
He was.
Right. And do you recall the detective speaking to you about whether or not Mr. Wolfenbacher stole a saw during that time?
I do.
Okay. And do you recall responding to him about that saw?
Kind of.
Okay. And did you meet with me last week?
I did.
And did you meet with members of my team last week?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to listen to and hear that statement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to publish again State's Exhibit 31, Section 630 to 702.
Mr. McDermott,
No objection.
go ahead.
Pause. You have to share your screen, share your sound.
Oh, yeah, I'm muted.
Stop sharing.
Nope. Keep the Zoom muted.
So,
He asked to borrow it, from what I remember,
We never got it back.
but we never got it back.
gotcha. And that was like what type of saw was that?
It's like we either had Milwaukee Sawzalls or DeWalt or something like that.
It's a long handle thing and then a blade.
Gotcha.
We
Okay.
have electric ones in it, and so get back, so.
So after he was terminated, he never brought the saw back.
Well, we
Pause
haven't
at
seen it
702.
again.
Now, in that brief portion that you heard, is that your voice?
Yes.
Okay. And in that brief portion, did you say someone told you, or did you just tell them that you remember him taking the saw or borrowing the saw?
I guess I said that he took the saw.
Or he borrowed
Yeah,
the saw?
he borrowed it.
Okay. Now, do you ever recall him telling you why he needed to borrow the saw?
No.
Do you recall in that same interview talking to Detective Shepard about why he told you he needed to borrow the saw?
I don't remember that.
Will listening to it help refresh your memory?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Do you remember listening to that portion last week when we met?
No.
Okay. If that is on that statement, would that be an accurate memory that you have if you told Detective Shepard why he borrowed the saw?
I guess. I mean, I don't much about that time.
Okay.
Remember, it's 25 years ago. This is hard to be a witness on
Do you
something
remember
25 years
giving
old.
the statement to Detective Shepard?
I do remember giving a statement.
But you don't recollect what you told Detective Shepard?
No, ma'am.
When is the last time you may have saw Mr. Wolfenbarger?
Maybe the day that he was let go.
Court's indulgence for one moment.
Sure.
Further questions, Your Honor?
Thank you. Mr. McDermott?
Justice Whitman?
Sure.
This has previously been admitted into evidence. And do you recognize that
That's where I
in
worked.
front of your job? And was it significantly the same in 1999?
Different color, but pretty much the same.
And I noticed that you have an iron fence up in front of the business.
Yes, sir.
And does that close at night and lock?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you consider the area that your business is located in a safe area?
No,
Would it be the kind of place you would want to go walking at night by yourself?
and absolutely not.
All right. Do you remember me calling your husband a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and talking on the phone?
He told me that someone had called.
And-
I wasn't present at that time.
At the very end of that phone call, he was in the room with you. And I asked him, do you remember me asking him, did Christopher bring that saw back?
I don't remember that.
And just one more.
I'm hard of hearing, so I may not have.
Well, do you remember answering him, oh yeah, he brought that saw back?
No, I don't.
Don't remember that? Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Hilton?
Nothing for the state.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
You may step down. You are excused. Ms. Hilton, state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Ms. Dorothy Cooley.
As you come up to the witness stand, when you get here, if you will, before you have a seat, turn around and face the deputy and raise your right hand. He'll swear you in.
You swear according to the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so that you got it.
Okay. And ma'am, once you have a seat, just be careful about the rolly chair next to the ledge there. And then if you'll scoot up to the microphone and then state and spell your name for the record, okay?
My name is Dorothy Jean Cooley. Dorothy is Dorothy. Jean, Jean. Cooley, Cooley.
And good morning, Ms. Cooley. How are you?
Fine.
Have you ever gone by the name of Dorothy Jones?
No, I haven't.
Do you recall ever telling the police your name is Dorothy Jones?
I don't require it else. No.
I can't
No,
hear her.
ma'am.
I can't hear her.
Yeah, you'll just make sure and speak into the microphone, okay? Thank you.
Are you working?
Yes.
What type of work do you do?
I'm a cook.
And how long have you been a cook?
13 years.
And do you have children?
I have 3 kids.
Are you from Atlanta?
I'm originally from Alabama.
How long have you lived in Atlanta?
40 years.
Where in Atlanta did you grow up? Or
On Brookline.
and what part of the city is Brookline?
The West End.
And do you recall what was your address on Brookline?
825 Brookline Street.
How long did you live at 825 Brookline?
At least about 25 years.
Who did you live on Brookline with?
My mom and my stepfather.
Can you describe for the jury the community on Brookline? Who lived there? What type of people?
Good people. A good neighborhood.
Was it a mixed ethnic community?
It was more African American than it was anybody.
And was it a friendly neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
While living on Brookline, did you ever meet someone named Chris?
Yes, I did.
How did you meet him?
We were just hanging out, playing and stuff, you know, like little kids do. Kids.
Were you older or younger than Chris?
I was older.
So she grew up
If
with
you
Chris?
can think about how much older are you than Chris?
I don't know, ma'am.
Is it 5 years, 10 years? Can you give me that?
10 or 15 years, something like that, I guess. He's around my brother and them age.
You keep looking somewhere. Do you recognize anyone?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you
Yes.
recognize?
Chris.
All right. And this is the same Chris that we've been talking about.
Yes.
And where is he in the courtroom? Who do you recognize as Chris?
Chris, sir.
Who are you pointing at?
The sir with the suit, the blue suit, ma'am.
Okay. In the blue tie?
Yes.
You're right. Let the record reflect that she's identified Mr. Wolfenbarger.
The record will so reflect.
Now, you said he was around your brother's age.
Yes.
Okay. I know I'm not supposed to ask a woman her age, but approximately how old are you?
Middle 40s.
Okay. And then how old is your brother?
My brother's in his middle 40s. I'm 58.
You're 58. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So she's 10 years older than Chris.
Now, you said that you kind of would hang out with him. Is that on Brookline?
Yes, we just hung out in the streets playing ball.
Come on, Court TV. You are killing me. Court TV. There we go.
So you're not that he lived with anyone?
His wife.
Now, when you first met Chris, about how old was he?
I can't correct, I don't know what kind of age, but he was like Ooh, it was in the 90s when I first met Chris.
When you first met Chris, did he have a wife?
I don't know if he was married or not when I first met him.
Family, to your knowledge, on Brookline?
I don't know if it was his family, but he used to be over there at Rick's house next door to us named Rick.
Now, was he living at Rick's house or would he visit Rick's house?
He just be at Rick's house.
When you say just be, is that visit?
Yes.
And when you said that he had lived across the street, is that different from Rick's house or is that the same house?
That's different from Rick's house.
From your house at 825, was Rick's house next door to you?
Yes, ma'am. Next door.
And then you said at some point in time, he lived across the street from you?
Yes.
Do you remember the address across the street from you?
Like 826 or 827, 827 or 829 across the street.
It was across the
Yes.
street?
All even numbers on one side and odd numbers on the opposite side.
Okay, so you were at 825, so he's across the street, so it'll be 826.
26 or 828, something like that.
Okay.
830. It was one of those.
And when he lived across the street, was that when he was living with his wife?
That's when I met his wife over there, yeah.
When he was living with his wife, would Chris still spend time hanging out with you?
We would just hang out in the street. Yes, ma'am, we would.
Would his wife hang out with you all?
No.
And when you said you would hang out, would that be at your house or somewhere else, or where would you hang out?
In the street or on our porch, or their porch.
And when you say their porch, are you talking about Rick's porch, or are you talking about across the street?
His porch, Rick's porch, and our porch. We just hang out like that.
Trying to figure out what this has to do with anything. It's got to get somewhere, right?
Now, you said that you saw his wife. Did Chris ever introduce you to his wife?
No.
Did you ever know her name?
I didn't know her name. No, I didn't.
How did you know it was Chris's wife?
He told her that was his wife.
Can you describe what she looked like? Do you remember?
She was a pretty young lady. She was pretty.
Do you remember anything about her characteristics?
I didn't see her much.
If you saw a picture of her, do you think you may recognize her?
Yes.
You recognize system number one?
Yes.
Okay. How do you recognize system number one?
I remember her face. She's pretty.
Okay. Is that the wife that you're referencing?
Yes.
Can I sit there, please? Okay.
And do you remember her from back when you saw her across the street?
Yes.
Yeah, it seemed like she was saying they were childhood friends, but maybe not. Maybe when they were young adults.
At any time, did you ever see her with any children?
One
One time you saw her with children, or you saw her with one child?
child.
When you saw her with the child, was it a young baby, a newborn, an older child walking? How old did
It
the
was
child?
walking.
How often did you see her with that child?
To my recollection, I seen her about 3 times with her and the child.
Did Chris ever introduce you or show you the child?
No, he didn't introduce us.
I apologize, ma'am. If you'll just make sure and speak into that microphone.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Can you say your answer again?
No, he didn't introduce us.
Thank you.
Now, when he was living across the street with his wife, did you know of anyone else living at that home?
No, ma'am.
When they were living together, would you hear anything going on at their house?
Arguing.
What could you describe what you would hear?
Bad language. Arguing, and you might hear something break or something like that.
Did you ever see anything like physical happening?
No, ma'am.
How often would you hear these arguments or things breaking?
I heard it like 3 or 4 times.
3 or 4 times total, 3 or 4 times a week, a day, when you say 3 or 4 times?
I can't pinpoint it 3 or 4 times a week or something like that.
Whoa. 3 or 4 times a week.
Would you hear anything else besides
Wow.
arguments or glass breaking?
No.
Would you hear any screaming or yelling?
Just arguing and telling folks to stop doing whatever they was doing and stuff like that.
Was that a male voice or a female voice that
It
you
was both voices, both voices.
Do you recall meeting with me a few days ago?
Yes,
Okay. And being with my investigators?
yes,
Okay. Do you recall telling us that you heard her screaming?
yes,
Okay. So did you hear her screaming?
yes.
Why didn't you want to say that a few minutes ago?
I don't know.
Probably nerves. She's on the stand.
Did you ever see this one with any injuries?
I seen her like a bruise up under her eye because she had shades on. That was it.
It was that one time you saw her with the bruise?
Yes,
When you would hear any of the arguing or the yelling, did you ever call police?
no, ma'am.
When you saw that injury and she had those glasses on, did you ever speak to her about her injury?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever speak to Chris about any of the arguing that you heard?
No, ma'am.
And were you friends with Chris at that time?
Yes.
Now, did there ever come a time when you no longer saw the woman at the house?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to Chris about not seeing her at the house anymore?
No, we just asked Chris where his wife was, and he said that she was leaving him.
Is there any point in time where you stopped seeing Chris in the neighborhood?
Yes, later on, yes.
When you say later on, what do you mean?
I stopped seeing him like 6 or 7 months after.
After what?
Oh, in the 90s, so he didn't stay over there long.
Okay. So let's talk about it. You said you first met him in the 90s.
Yes.
Is this early 90s when you first?
When I first met him, it was like 97, 98 or something like that.
When you first met Chris?
Yes.
Okay. So when do you think is the last time you met Chris?
About 99, something like that, when the last time I saw him, something like that.
99 was the last time you saw him?
Yes.
Now, but you said when...
I moved away from after 99. I did.
Okay. And we'll come back to that in a moment. Do you remember, again, when we met, talking about meeting Chris in the late 80s?
90s.
Okay. Is that fair to say that that's when you first met
I was just guessing the years, but yeah, I met him in the 90s. That like 89 through 95 or something like that when I first met him.
Okay. 89, 95 when you first meet him.
Yes.
When you first start seeing the wife, when is that roughly?
Like 90, 97, 98, something like that.
Okay. And then you said you left the neighborhood in 95.
I left the neighborhood and I moved to, what is it? Sylvan Road.
Okay.
Sylvan Road.
Now, you left in 99. When you said you stopped seeing Chris in the neighborhood, is that before you left in 99?
Yes.
Did Chris ever come and say goodbye to you?
No.
Did he ever tell you he was leaving the neighborhood?
No.
Do you recall when, if anything happened the last time you saw Chris?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall some type of cookout with Chris?
We used to cook out on the street. And in the back, yes, we used to cook out.
Do you remember telling me about a particular cookout?
We had a cookout and we went in the backyard.
Whose backyard?
Chris and them backyard.
And in the backyard, was there anything that you were having to cook out on?
Like somebody made a platform, cement.
And was that at Chris's house?
Yes.
And that's the house that he was sharing with his wife?
Yes.
And at this cookout, was the wife there?
I didn't see her.
And to your knowledge, had Chris built this platform in the back?
Yes.
Now, did there ever come a time where you had to clean out Chris's home?
The rent man had us to clean the house out.
Do we
And
think
is this
that
the
he
same
hid
house that
something
he shared
underneath
with
that
the wife?
concrete?
Yes.
What type of things were you cleaning out of the house?
Clothes, furniture, and clothes.
If you can recall, I know it's been probably some time, were these women's clothes, men's clothes?
Men's clothes.
And as far as time frame, is this cleaning of the house before you left off of Brookline in 99?
I used to work for the man cleaning houses.
Okay.
That It was, Mr. Holyfield used to own the houses. And like when people move out and stuff, what he had was to clean his house. So, I don't,
Do you remember if it was did you clean this house when you started living on Sylvan Road, or were you still living on Brookline?
I was living on Sylvan Road then when I cleaned the house.
And this cookout that you're referencing with Chris, is this before or after you would see the woman that we've been talking about, the wife with the baby?
Was it before or after?
Yes.
It was after I had seen his wife.
Do you know anyone named Norma Patton?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anyone named Tina Patton?
No, ma'am.
What about Carl Patton?
No, ma'am.
Court's indulgence for 1 moment.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Seaman?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Two.
At what point is there a penalty?
I'm going to put like an electric shock on it for lawyers, so.
Yes.
Not supposed to touch the microphone. There.
Tell me your name again.
Dorothy Jean Cooley.
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 Cooley?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever go by the name Dorothy Roundtree?
I was married to a Roundtree.
You were married to a Roundtree. And at some point, did you go by the name Colley, Colley?
No.
Okay. And I think you already said you never used the last name Jones. Is that right?
No, I haven't.
Do you remember being interviewed by the police back in 2003 one time?
No, sir, I don't remember. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember a Detective Calhoun who came out to 825, 827? That's where you lived, right?
Yes.
Do you remember a detective coming out and talking to you and asking you many of the same questions you were just asked here?
I don't recall them coming out to my house. It's been so long, sir.
Okay.
I don't remember a police questioning me.
Okay. Well, not on that occasion.
Yes.
You know, other times there were police
Yes.
who questioned you,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
We'll talk about that. So the
Ooh,
events
foreshadowing.
we're talking about were essentially, we'll go back 35 years ago, correct?
Something like that, 25, 30 years, yeah.
Yeah. Because you said that you originally met Chris, my client, about 10 years before you met the wife, correct?
I met Chris was young when I first seen him coming over to the next door.
Okay. And, you know, well, like, how old was he then, do you think? Was he living there then?
No, he wasn't living there then.
Okay. How old do you think he was then?
I don't know, sir. He's about the same. He's around the age of my baby brother is. So, my baby brother, when we first met Chris, they was still in school. He was in school.
Give me a rough estimate. Just
17, 18 or something like that. I don't know.
Okay, so that was what he was 10 years before when you saw him over on Brookline.
What do you mean, sir?
I can just ask questions, and you've got to help me by answering.
I don't know how old he was, sir.
Okay. But if he's the same age as your brother.
I say he's around my brother's age.
Okay. Well, I mean, where was he living when you first met him?
I don't know where he was living when I first met him.
Okay.
When I first met him, I used to just see him over there next door to the man's house. I don't know if he was living up here or not, but that's why I met him on Brookline.
Okay. How often would you see him during this period? I just wrote down 1989 through 95.
How many times did I see him?
Yeah.
I can't count, sir.
Well, every day?
Every other day,
Every other day?
yes.
Okay. Beginning in 1989, say.
89 or 90, something like that, when I first met him.
Okay. And then you say at some point he...
Just sounds like
actually
she's
moved
confused
in
about the
to
timeline.
One of the...
It's a long time
He
ago.
moved in across the street from us.
Right. Because you said you're in the odd number houses and he moved into a house in an even number.
I was staying in 825. So he was staying across, so he was them even numbers on the other side.
Right. And that's a duplex also, correct?
All of them was duplexes, sir.
Right. So when you're in your house and you're hearing arguing across the street, it's from one of it's from the duplex, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the duplex was a man named Troy Keys. You remember that?
The white man stayed across the street from us.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I remember Mr. Troy.
And he lived with Mary Williamson.
I don't know who he lived with.
Well, there was a woman named Mary who lived there for many years, right?
When I met Mr. Troy was there by himself.
Okay.
It was a lady staying with him. I didn't ever see her.
Okay. But they were living in the duplex across the street, which was connected to the house, as a duplex connected, had a common wall
Yes.
with the house that Chris was living in.
Objection, Your Honor, because he put in.
It's the same house that Mr.
Ma'am,
Troy.
I apologize for interrupting, but there's an objection I have to deal with before you answer, okay? Thank you.
Mischaracterization of the evidence, because he said they, and her response wasn't a they, it was a he. She doesn't know a they.
Okay.
So,
If she understands the question, she can answer it. I'm going to overrule it. Go ahead, Mr. Samuel.
Okay. So there's a duplex across the street from you,
Yes, sir.
just like your house was a duplex.
Yes, sir.
There were people living on the other side of you also, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at night, sometimes you'd be in your house and you'd hear arguing from the house across the street, correct?
Be on the front porch.
You'd be on the front porch
Yes.
and hear arguing across the street. And it's coming from inside of a duplex.
Yes.
Okay. And in the other duplex was Troy and sometimes this woman Mary, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes in the other half,
Wow, she's
the
very
duplex
confused.
was where Chris and Melissa lived, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't know Melissa very well, right?
I didn't know her at all. I just met her, just looking,
Okay.
passing by or whatever.
Okay. So you never had a long conversation with her about
No.
anything?
No, sir.
You never met two kids, you just saw one kid?
I just seen one kid, sir.
Okay. For how many years did you see them there together?
I seen the lady and the kid 3 times, at least 3 or 4 times, sir.
Okay. How about the lady, you're talking about Melissa, right?
Yes, sir.
Without the kid, how often did you see her?
I didn't never see her without the kid.
Okay. So over the course of the entire time that you saw Melissa, there were 3 times, excuse me, can I start over? Over the course of the time that you were living there, you saw Melissa a grand total of 3 times.
3 to 4 times, sir.
Okay. Over how long a period of time is that? Months, years?
It was like 3 times. If I seen her, when I see her, she was getting in the car to go to the grocery store, wherever they was going. I didn't never see her out mingling with nobody, sir.
Okay. And never had a conversation with her?
No, sir. High and by, that's it.
High and by. Okay.
Yes.
But you talked to Chris?
Chris used to hang out, yes. We used to talk.
Okay. And you knew Chris for however many years, 7, 8, 9, 10, before Melissa moved in
Yes.
to the duplex with him?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when they got married?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Do you know a man named Don Perone?
I know a man named Don, but I don't know his last name, sir.
Where did he live?
Brookline?
Okay. By the way, when you described the arguing, you said you would hear screaming back and forth. Is that right?
I would hear them telling people to stop doing whatever they was doing, sir.
Okay.
If they was arguing and fighting or whatever, I would hear them say, stop doing whatever he was doing to her, just stop doing it.
Okay. He would tell her to stop doing something.
She would tell him to stop doing something.
Okay. And did you hear him screaming at her also?
Arguing, they was arguing back and forth like.
Okay. And this went on for how many years?
I don't know how many years it went on, sir.
That you heard?
That I heard?
Yes.
It wasn't no years. I heard it like 3 or 4 times out of a, just say 3 or 4 times out of a week or something like that.
3 or 4 times per week you would hear arguing?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. During this period of time, you were convicted of some crimes, weren't you?
Yes, I was, sir.
Okay. In fact, you've been arrested.
This goes to
about 11
impeachment here.
times, right?
Yes, I have, sir.
You've been arrested for aggravated assault?
Yes, I have, sir.
Been convicted of aggravated assault?
Yes, I have been, sir.
Okay. You were arrested for theft?
I don't know about no theft, sir.
Theft by receiving?
Theft by receiving, yes, I was.
You were arrested for burglary?
Not as I recall.
Okay. You were convicted of prostitution?
No, I was not, sir.
You were arrested for prostitution?
I was arrested for prostitution.
And soliciting sodomy, right?
That's what they say, sir.
And those are all proper, but
You were,
I think that's a withdrawn objection.
well, I'm going to object any further of the arrest questions as improper.
Okay.
you were, during the same period of time, 1998, you were arrested and went to jail for battery, family violence, correct?
Objection, improper questioning. Your
It's
Honor.
not impeachment. I'm trying to show she's not even there because she's getting arrested.
I'm gonna give you a little bit of leeway, Mr. Samuel.
You were arrested for battery, family violence in December of 1998, right?
But who I was arrested for family violence.
Yeah, you want to see?
Yes, I do.
All right, Bert.
Yes.
This is a very interesting line of questioning. He's saying it's not impeachment. It's I want to show that she wasn't even there.
Remember that?
No, sir, I don't, but I remember getting arrested. I don't know. I didn't get arrested about no family.
You got arrested for battery.
I got arrested for battery and wasn't against none of my family.
Okay. The charge is family violence battery. I just showed it to you,
You
right?
just showed it to me, sir.
Okay. And then
You did. Yeah.
after that, hindering apprehension of a criminal you were arrested for?
Objection, Your Honor. What year does it still be improper?
2009.
Can y'all come here for just a minute?
Sidebar. In 2009, that's impeachment. That is not showing that she wasn't there. Come on. That's impeachment. It seems like the guy with the short hair on the defense side is like the heavy. He's willing to go after people. And then the guy with the long hair is a little less so. Let's see what you guys are saying over here. Let's see. Yeah. Jen's getting annoyed by it. So Mr. Samuels is the heavy Mooney. That's what you're saying, right? Yeah. So impeachment is actually pretty important, guys. The thing that you have to think about is that the jury is the judge of the facts. The judge is just the judge of the law. The jury is the judge of the facts. And so credibility is an extremely important part of that. For a jury to say to themselves, I believe what this witness says, they have to believe that the witness is credible. So that's just the way it is.
You say you never used the name Dorothy Jones?
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay. Most of the events we've been talking about here are for events that occurred, and again, I know we don't know a particular starting date, but late 80s, 89 or 90, up through 99, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And is it fair to say, maybe this is, just kind of rhetorical, that
Objection is rhetorical because.
take out the rhetorical. I want an answer.
He hasn't phrased it yet, so I can't tell him to rephrase, but go ahead.
Yeah, forget the rhetorical. If you were approached by the police in 2003, would you have been honest with them?
Would I have been honest with him?
Yeah. Would you be honest if a policeman wanted to interview you in 2003?
This is actually a really good
Yes.
question.
Okay. Would you have told them the truth about your name?
Yes, I would have.
Okay. And if in 2003 you were interviewed by a detective were you living on Brookline in 2003?
No. I had moved from Brookline. My mom and them still stayed on Brookline. I go visit my mom and I'm on Brookline.
Well, maybe I should ask you another question. Do you know anybody by the name Dorothy Jones?
No, I do not.
That's not your mother's name.
My mama's name is Stella Shanks.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So if you were interviewed by the police in 2003, you would have been honest with them?
Yes, I would have.
You would have been honest about your name?
Yes.
And you would have been honest about not ever having talked or seen, let me take that back, not ever having.
By the way, this is something while
You
he's
didn't know Melissa at all, correct?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. And now we are 22 years later, right?
Right.
From this event in 2003.
I just want to pause this for a second, okay? It is not uncommon for people when police approach them, especially people that have interactions with police all the time, to give a false name. It happens all the time.
That I'm asking you about. And really we are 25 or 26 years later than any observations you had when you were in Brookline, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to say yes or no.
Yes.
When was the last time you saw the people who lived in the other half of the duplex where Chris and Melissa lived?
It was a long time after I left from over there I seen here.
I'm talking about Trey Keys and the woman Mary who you saw occasionally.
It was a lot.
Objection, Your Honor. Miss, improper characterization of her testimony.
Well,
She never said she saw Mary.
Well, I'll just remind you that the lawyer's questions aren't evidence, and he can ask the question, and if she understands it, she can answer. So I'm going to overrule your objection. Go ahead, Mr. Samuel.
I really like this,
And
Judge.
I'll just withdraw that and be more careful. Did you in fact meet the other person who lived there with Troy, or do you know, named Mary Williamson?
I didn't know her name, but I used to see a lady over there, but I didn't know they stayed together, sir.
Okay. How often did you see her over there?
I don't know.
Did they come out to barbecues also?
They used to, I don't know if it was he couldn't hear you or nothing. The man that stayed over there, I think he was couldn't hear. He couldn't hear or nothing. But all I used to do is just pass by him and speak to him and stuff.
Okay, but I'm asking about the woman who was occasionally there with you.
I don't know nothing about her, sir. I don't know.
But you saw her there.
I saw her 1 or 2 times there.
That's all right.
To my count, she has changed her testimony about the woman named Mary
Thank you.
a couple times.
Ms. Hilton?
Thank you.
Redirect.
Now I want to ask you about this Troy and this woman that Mr. Samuel talked about. When you would see Chris and his wife, did you ever see that woman at Troy's house?
No.
So when you're talking about the arguing and the screaming, is that coming from Chris and the wife, as far as what you could tell from where you were sitting at on the
far
board?
as I could tell.
And did you actually, do you know who Melissa is?
Not really, ma'am.
Chris's wife, not met. When you saw Chris's wife, did you know her name?
No, ma'am.
You just recognized that lady in the picture I showed you earlier.
Yes.
And you recognize her to be Chris's wife.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Samuel?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You are excused. So, ladies and gentlemen, my intention was to take a break around 11:30, somewhere between 11:30 and 11:45. Is everybody okay? Everybody comfortable? Okay. State may call its next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Marlon Sutton.
I'm sorry I missed the last of her testimony, or of the redirect there. I had to make a call to a local court.
Well,
So we've
so
got
you know,
a new witness
I'm going
coming.
to take a break around 11:30, 11:45, and then I'm probably going to, we're going to take a little bit of a later lunch, or probably around 1:15, if everybody's good with that. So make sure if you need a snack or something on the break that you get one, okay? Thank you.
I will get a snack, I guess. That's my plan.
If you'll come on up to the witness stand, when
It's
you
like a
reach the
police
witness
officer
stand,
here.
before you sit down, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
You swear affirm to the testimony that you're about to give, truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. And just be careful about that ledge with the rolly chair.
That ledge, it'll get
And
you.
then if you'll just scoot up to the microphone and state and spell your name for the record, sir.
Yeah, this is Marlon Sutton, MARLON-SUTTON.
Okay. Officer Sutton, good morning.
Good morning.
Tell the court where you're currently employed.
I'm currently employed at Atlanta Municipal Court right now.
Okay. And what agency do you work for?
City of Atlanta.
How long have you worked with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Ooh, a little over 30 years.
Okay. And when you started, describe your role when you started with the police department.
Yeah, I started back in '94. I was assigned to Zone 3. So I was basically answering 911 calls for the first 9 years I was in the department.
Okay. And at any point, were you employed in that capacity in July of 1998?
Yes.
All right. And would you have the occasion to, as part of your role in the police department, responding to incident calls or 911 calls?
Yes.
All right. And do you also have the occasion to respond to, say, calls involving domestic violence?
Absolutely.
All right. Is that a pretty common occurrence, responding to calls where there's been an allegation or call about a domestic violence incident?
Pretty much in that area was.
All right.
I worked that.
How many calls, and just ballpark, how many times would you say you've had a chance to respond to a domestic violence incident?
I was in that zone for 9 years, so I probably wrote about maybe 5 to 10 reports a day. Domestic violence, it had to be in the hundreds.
I'm sorry.
I wrote hundreds of domestic violence reports. I've been over there.
All right. And when you respond to a domestic violence call, talk about some of the things that you're either concerned about or you're looking to investigate.
Yeah, anytime I got a call of domestic violence, first of all, I just want to check and make sure that the victim is taken care of, away from hurt, harm, or danger, see if she needed kind of medical attention, so on and so forth. And we had a domestic violence unit back then. We would call them out to come out and actually deal with them on pursuing any charges further, since in this particular case, I was out on the suspect, wasn't on the scene.
Okay. What typically happens when say a warrant or a domestic violence, say a battery is initiated? What happens typically?
Well, typically, if I write the initial report and we'll call a DV, domestic violence investigator, to come out, and they'll investigate from that point on and have the victim come down and pursue warrants and so on and so forth.
Okay. You familiar with the term a TPO?
Yes.
What is that?
Temporary protective order.
And what's generally the purpose of a temporary protective order?
Someone in fear of being hurt or harmed by another person, they file a TPO.
Okay. Is that something that you will either educate or inform persons that you believe may have been victims of the
Right. There's time I can inform them or I can get the domestic violence unit because that's what they pretty much do every day.
Okay.
So.
And when you, what's the process? How does one go about getting a protective order?
Yeah, well, what I would do is that I would just always, if I can't get the DV on the line or can't get them to come out, I would advise them to come down to the courthouse and file one.
Okay,
so you courthouse.
You would actually advise the individual that if they felt concerned, they would go to the courthouse.
Yes, but generally, if we got a domestic violence unit, then we'll call them out to the scene to assist them further.
Okay.
Forgive me for interrupting, sir. If you would, you're a really fast talker.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
That's okay.
Man,
If
he
you'll
sure
just,
is.
When you're answering questions, try
Slow
and
down a little bit.
Slower on
slow
down
a little
there,
bit. Thank
officer.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, is it common for you to find, say, the offending spouse at the location when you respond?
No, it's not common. I mean, sometimes, but not. So most of the time, the suspect probably is gone or left the scene before I get there.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to July 21st, 1998 incident. Your testimony is that you were employed in that same capacity at the Atlanta Police Department on that date?
Yes.
Did you have the occasion to respond to an incident location at that date?
Yes, there was a call came up that day.
All right. Do you recall what street that incident location was?
I believe it was on Brookline.
All right. Do you recall the address itself?
No.
All right. If I were to show you a copy of your report, would that refresh your recollection as to, say, the address numbers of the street and the street name itself?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Take a look at this document to yourself.
Seems like a really good, sharp officer here, by the way.
Okay.
30 years on the job, knows what he's doing.
All right.
To having reviewed that document, is your recollection refreshed as to the street number?
Yes, 772 Brookline.
All right. Well, let me show you this document again.
Okay.
Now, let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
So, the 772 Brookline Street, do you know if that's the number of the address of the call that came in, or is that the number of the actual house where the incident was taking place?
No, according to what I wrote, is that's not where it occurred at. She had left and went to another location and called, and I met her at that location.
All right. So it wasn't, you didn't meet her at the incident location where it occurred.
Right.
Your testimony is that she left and went to a different.
Right.
All right. And as far as the address where the incident actually occurred, do you recall what that address is?
Not off the top of my head, I don't.
Would it help to look at a copy of your report?
Yes.
Yes.
Let me have my report.
Yes.
All right. You look at this section here. And I'll read it to you.
Okay.
Okay. What is that address?
I wrote in a 780 block of Brookline.
You don't recall it being 824 Brookline?
No, let me see it. Let me see what I wrote.
You see that section here? You recall it?
Okay, that's the address that was given to me is their residence address. As a resident, right.
Okay. All right. And when you say their residence, you're referring to the Christopher and Melissa Wolfenbarger?
Right, there, at 824
All right. Okay.
Brookline.
And that location, is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
When you arrived at incidents of involving domestic violence, do you look to see if there are any signs of physical trauma or abuse on the individual that's been affected?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury if you recall seeing any signs that Ms. Wolfenbarger had been assaulted or attacked in any way?
Yeah, I documented the bruises that was on her legs.
Okay. And okay. Now, do you recall seeing anywhere else? And I know this is 1998.
I mean, now off the top of my head, as I wrote something down in the report that I'm not aware of.
All right. And during this period, your testimony is that you were taking about five to 10 calls a week?
I may write like 5, 10 reports a night.
A night?
Right.
All right. And that's during that 8-9 year period
Right.
that you were working that zone?
Right, Zone 3 was busy back then.
All right. And so, to your recollection, this would have been the only time you would respond to that location. Is that also correct?
That, to my recollection, it is.
All right. I want to turn your attention to, well, let me ask you this. Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review another portion of your
Okay.
potential injuries you may or may not
Okay.
observe?
I got you.
Okay. You look at that section, tell the court if you recall seeing any abrasions or indication of an attack.
All right, can we approach?
Yes.
Got his fancy new haircut. The thing that we need to remember here, man, is that this is what everybody looked like back then. These were kids. I'm not making an excuse, right? You just need to remember that these were not like grown, developed adults. These were kids. And yeah, I'm sure that that officer said I write 5 to 10 reports a night. I bet he gets 3. I bet 3 of the 5 are DV. Like, just based on what I see coming across my desk as a reporter, I bet that is the case. It just all the time, the same stuff over and over and over again. Actually, now would be a really good time to just check on, see what you guys are saying over here.
Indicating where you may or may not have observed any injuries on Ms. Waffenbarger.
Yes, I observed injuries on her body.
Okay. Do you recall what parts of her body that you observed
Yeah,
injuries on?
yeah, yes, sir.
And what parts of those?
On her legs, I think I documented on there.
Okay.
Arms and legs, I believe. Yes.
Did you also see any injuries on her back?
Not that I recall. That's the top of my head.
You could look at this report in this section here.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see it.
So you recall documenting the report observing injuries on her arms and back?
Quick
Yes, I
talker.
did.
All right. Now, if you're documenting this, are you documenting what you're observing with your own eyes?
Yes.
Was that a practice that you would do? Would you want to, or would you make it a point to actually observe any injuries that you were going to document in your report yourself?
Yes. I mean, you want to document the injury because just to see if some actually did took place. So.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Samuel?
Officer Sutton.
Yes, sir.
So, do you have your report with you?
No, sir.
Do you remember now, or having looked at your report before you came in today, how many hours had gone by between the time of the incident, whatever it was, and the time you first talked to Melissa?
I don't recall, but I think I wrote down that this has occurred at a different time in my report. I believe it happened at a different time.
Right. How many hours had gone by between the time you had, whatever. I'm going to ask the same question.
Yeah, I don't know because, I mean, I think I documented that this occurred at a certain date and time in my report. I don't know what I put on there, but I think I wrote it down that this happened at a certain date and a certain time. So I'm not sure how many hours it was from my memory.
Do you have a copy? So I don't have to, okay. Do you mind if I give you a copy? Yes, sir. I'm going to give you.
Okay.
I think. Yes. Did you document in your report that any injuries that you observed had occurred earlier at a different location?
Yes.
Okay.
I did document, right?
Okay. You met Melissa at her house, right?
No.
824.
Okay. I can't recall. The reason why I say that because I think I met her in the street from that where it didn't occur.
Okay. So we have one place where the event occurs.
Right.
And then we have the residence.
Right.
Okay. By the way, you never saw Chris Wolfenbarger that night
No.
at all. You've never met him.
I don't even know what he looks like.
Okay. But couldn't identify him in the courtroom today.
No.
Okay. You guess, but
I mean,
you don't know him.
I don't know him, no.
And never saw him that night.
Never saw him.
Right. And what you wrote in your report was that any injuries were minor, correct?
They appear to be minor.
Okay. I mean,
Right.
you checked a box on
Right.
the report that said
Yeah,
minor.
it appeared to be minor. It wasn't anything grave.
Right. Did you take her shirt off?
No.
Okay. And yet you wrote in your report injuries to back.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't observe those, right?
I don't know. I can't recall.
Fair enough.
I would imagine she would have shown him.
There's something about her legs and her arm, but you don't ever remember taking her shirt off and
No, I
examining
don't remember taking her shirt off.
or examining her like that.
Well, I saw injuries on her legs just from what I wrote down, what I saw, what I observed. I didn't take any clothes off.
Right. Okay. I'm not accusing you of anything. Was there anybody with Melissa when you were doing this interview?
I can't recall.
You
Again, 25 years ago.
Do you remember another man who was at where she had been?
I don't remember that.
Don't remember anything about that?
I don't remember anything about another man, no.
Do you know what was going on at 780 Brookline Street? You wrote that in your report as the incident location, right?
I don't, if I wrote it down, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it actually occurred there, and I got to really see my report. I'm not sure.
Brown, may I ask?
Yes.
Okay.
So, I did some highlighting, and that's obviously mine, not yours.
Okay.
The incident location was a location at 780 Brookline.
Okay, yes, uh-huh.
And Chris Wolfenbarger wasn't there, right?
No,
You never saw him.
never saw him.
And where did you actually interview Ms. Wolfenbarger?
One second. Let me see. Hold on a second.
I'm not asking you what was said, just the location.
Well, I got to look and see because I know I met her on Brookline, but I don't know the exact location. Yeah.
But it wasn't her residence.
It wasn't a residence, no.
And you also said that there was some stolen items involved. You remember that?
I remember writing it down, but I can't recall. I can't put it together now why I wrote it. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's been 25
But
years.
if your report wrote her glasses were stolen and $10 were stolen, would that be accurate?
Yeah,
You wouldn't write
because,
it down if it
well, I mean, I think her purse was stolen.
Okay,
There might have items that may have been in her purse. I was just documenting.
okay. You want to look at your report?
Yes.
I don't know why they don't just let him have his report. It's
Okay.
25 years ago.
$10 was stolen, purse, and her glasses were stolen, and her purse was stolen?
Yes.
You wrote
Okay.
that
I wrote
down.
that down. Right.
You wouldn't write it down if it weren't true, right?
Right. That's what I was told.
I don't want to get into what you were told, but no medical treatment was needed, though. You checked that box, no.
No, I don't recall medical treatment.
Okay. My questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Fawcett, questions for this witness?
We could approach.
Yes.
Yeah, a domestic violence call 25 years ago where he does 5 to 10 calls a day, writes 5 to 10 reports a day. That'd be tough.
Document in your report the times that you responded to that location?
Yes.
Was that something that you would have done?
Yes.
And also in your report, would you have documented the time that the call came in?
Yes.
And typically, when a call comes in, what is the contributing factor to when you would, when an officer would be dispatched to a call?
You mean a time? Or
Yeah,
what?
and generally, what time would an officer be dispatched to a call for when actually not?
Well, they prioritize calls. So if someone just filed a police report and there's no immediate threat, it's going to be downgraded. Okay. So it's hard to say, depending on how busy the calls are that day.
All right. And so when this call came in about a potential domestic violence incident, where would that have been at in terms of calls and priorities?
Well, it wouldn't have been a high priority call because there was no threat there at the time.
Okay. All right. Now, do you recall and we were talking about the July 21st, 1998 incident. You recall that day? Do you recall the time that you received the call?
No, I don't recall off the top of my head. I don't.
Okay. Do you recall the time that the actual call came in?
No, I have to see what's documented.
Okay. If you could review your report.
Okay.
And tell the court if you can recall both of those times.
Okay. The time I received the call?
Yes.
Okay. You want the dates or just the times?
Just the date and the time.
Okay. Okay, I got the call on, it looks to be, I'm trying to read my writing, it looks to be July 21st, 1998 at around 8 p.m.
Okay.
Maybe that's 8:01 p.m., I'm not sure, like maybe 8:01 p.m., 2100 hours.
And that would have been a time you say you received the call?
Right, that's the time I received the call, yes.
All right. And what would have been the time that you would have responded?
Let's see, hold on one second. I don't know the exact time I got there on the scene. That's the time I got the call, though. So I don't know what time I actually arrived.
Okay.
That's the time I got the call. So it could have been anywhere between, I would say, 10 to 15 minutes after I got the call before I got there on the scene.
Okay, that would have been an average time that it would have taken you to respond.
Right, just drive over there, probably about 10 to 15 minutes.
All right. At that time, did you have the name of the individual that could have been the offender?
When I got the call?
Yes.
No, not when I got the call. I didn't.
All right. Did you have, at that time, did you have an understanding of who the potential offender was to the victim, like the relationship between the two? Did you have an understanding of that?
Objection.
Do you want to rephrase? If you can.
Okay. Did you know the relationship between the two parties?
I
No.
object, Your Honor.
Overruled.
What was your answer?
No, I didn't know.
All right. And did you know who the, upon responding, did you know who the victim was?
Upon responding, yes, I did.
And who was that?
I don't know her name, to be honest with you. I can look at the report and give you the name I wrote on there.
I'm sorry?
I can look at the police report and give you the name of the victim that's on the police report. I can give you that. You like me to read the name of the report? I can give you that. You have the victim name?
Yeah, did you document that victim's name?
Yes, I did.
And what is that name?
It's Melissa Warfinger. Am I pronouncing it right?
That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Samuel, anything else?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may sit
you.
down. You are excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:42. We're going to take about a 15-ish minute break. I'm going to try and get you in here as close to noon as I can. And then again, as I mentioned, we'll go for about an hour, hour and 15 minutes, and then take a break for lunch. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
All right, for agreement.
All right, this is a good time for me to take a little bit of a break myself. We are gonna let that noise go on in the back. It's fine. A couple things to just go over here. Number one, this crime occurred over 25 years ago. It's 26 plus, really. So the fact that these witnesses are having a hard time remembering certain things, I think as a jury member, I would certainly
We're going
be
to take a
okay
break
with
in
that.
just a second. Before we do, I wanted to put a couple of bench conferences on the record and just see if anybody wanted to make any additional record regarding that matter. Going back to the previous witness, Ms. Cooley, I asked the parties to approach during a series of questions by Mr. Samuel that drew objections from Ms. Hilton regarding that witness's criminal history. The original objection, I think, was that it was improper impeachment. Mr. Samuel indicated that he wasn't offering it for impeachment purposes, but to demonstrate that the witness wasn't there at the times that she claimed to have been. When I asked the parties to approach, I pointed out that if it went to impeachment, then it needed to be convictions and it needed to be for felonies or crimes of moral turpitude, and that if it went to attempting to demonstrate that the witness wasn't there, then what she was arrested for wasn't relevant. That maybe the fact of the arrest and the time frame would be relevant, but not what it was. And I think where that was resolved is that Mr. Samuel was like, I think I'm done with my examination anyway. But I wanted to make sure there was a record of that and see if any party wanted to put anything else on the record regarding that issue. Ms. Hilton.
Nothing from the state.
Mr. Samuel?
No, you're accurate, Your Honor.
Okay. And then there were two approaches regarding the witness, Officer Sutton. One was Mr. Samuel requested to approach. He expressed concern about the witness stating what the victim had told him as part of his on-scene discussions, assessment of the situation. And Mr. Fawcett indicated that he had, in accordance with the court's instructions, specifically instructed the officer that he wasn't to say anything about what Melissa Wolfenbarger told him. And so then we approached again because the state, I don't know that they use those words, but felt like Mr. Samuel may have opened the door to what Ms. Wolfenbarger told the officer or not by asking questions about whether Ms. Wolfenbarger's purse was stolen, whether her glasses were stolen, whether $10 was stolen, which we know was apparently a part of a narrative that the officer obtained from Ms. Wolfenbarger, but the questions were not asked in such a way that it implied or stated directly that information came from Ms. Wolfenbarger. And so what I communicated at the bench was that I did not believe that Mr. Samuel's questions in that topic had opened the door. That was my recollection. If you want to correct, expound, or make any additional record, you're free to do so. Mr. Fawcett?
That's correct.
Mr. Samuel?
I agree, that's correct.
Okay. Anything else we need to address before we take a quick break? Mr. Fawcett?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Samuel?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we're in recess until noon.
All right. Okay, so I'm actually going to take a quick break on this as well. I think I need to head down to a local court to pick up some paperwork. But thank you all for joining. We will keep the image on the screen, and we'll be back when court returns.
Do we have any matters to take up before we bring the jury back in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. We ready for the jury then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Deputy, can you get the jury for us? Please.
Looks like we're back. That's actually not bad. They did okay. I got myself a snack of pretzels and I made some carbonated grape lemonade. That is my lunch snack right now. Then we have a daughter with celiac disease, so we have these little gluten-free pretzels. They're way better than the regular pretzels. I'm just throwing that out there. If you guys find Glutino pretzels, you'll love them.
Thank you all. Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Stephen O'Hare.
Thank you, sir. Come on up to the witness stand, and when you get there, before you sit down, if you'll turn and face the deputy and raise your right hand, he'll swear you in.
You swear upon to the testimony that you have to give truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. I have to see you.
And if you'll get situated, be careful of those wheels next to that ledge, and then state and spell your name for the record, please.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Stephen O'Hare, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, last name O''H-A-R-E.
Grape lemonade's where it's at, Autumn.
Detective O'Hare, good afternoon now, about 7 minutes. Can you tell the court where you're currently employed?
I am currently employed with the Atlanta Police Department.
And in what capacity?
I'm a detective.
And how long have you been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
I am in my 33rd year.
All right. Can you describe your duties that you have currently with the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm assigned to the fugitive unit. Our responsibilities include locating and arresting fugitives that are assigned to us. Typically,
Is this guy going to talk about finding him behind
individuals
the
we're looking
dryer?
for would be described as
so.
violent offenders. Anybody that has a warrant for anything from murder, armed robbery, rape, aggravated assault involving a weapon. Almost all of our subjects we're looking for involve something of that nature.
Okay. And generally, how is an operation like this planned? What is the planning involved to execute something like this?
So initially, a case will be assigned out. Typically, it's in a rotation styled order. They will go outside of that at times and give a senior investigator certain cases. In this case, or typically in any case, we'll do an initial background of the individual, attempting to identify a location or a number of locations that the individual could be at. We utilize technology in order to assist in locating individuals. Once we actually reasonably believe that we've got a location for a wanted subject, we will then utilize different means to apprehend them. Could use our own fugitive unit to basically go and conduct a knock and call out is what we call it. Basically, we knock on the door, identify ourselves, and request for the individual to come outside. we could utilize the U.S. Marshals in some more serious cases or cases that are outside of the immediate Atlanta area. We'll also utilize the FBI in a similar manner, but for me, I usually use the U.S. Marshals.
Okay. And were you working in that capacity on the 26th of July, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And on August 6th, 2024?
Yes.
All right. And as to those dates in particular, now I'm going to turn your attention to August 6th, 2024. Can you tell the court what you did on that date?
So on August 6th of 2024, we prepared a warrant service in the attempt to apprehend Christopher Wolfenberger, who had an outstanding warrant for murder. I had reached out to the U.S. Marshals and requested their assistance, including the assistance from the Spalding County Sheriff's Office. We reasonably believed that Christopher was at his address, I believe it's 126 Liberty Circle in Griffin, Georgia. We utilized his cell phone by GPSing it, and that allowed us to additionally believe that he was on site as the cell phone showed to be at his property that was identified to belong to him. We arrived on site. U.S. Marshals took the lead as they went to the actual door to attempt to serve the warrant.
All right. Now, when you approach the door, and in particular in this case, do you make any type of attempt to announce your presence?
Yes, in this case, I witnessed it. The marshals did what we call a surround and call out, so they will surround the property utilizing all the different resources we have that day. But specifically in this case, they approached the door with a 8-man, what we call a stack. Basically, it's a series of individuals who obviously are armed, and their job is to make contact and attempt to apprehend the individual. And in this case, they did knock on the door, and they did identify themselves and specifically call out for Mr. Wolfenberger to come out and surrender.
When you say identify themselves, how did they go about doing that?
They will call out their U.S. Marshals.
Okay. So there was some attempt, so your testimony is that there was some attempt to alert that there was law enforcement present?
Yeah, it was more than just some attempt. What we describe as waiting a reasonable amount of time. We will knock on the door, knock on the door, knock on the door. And they went further than just, they gave him several minutes to come outside and surrender.
And so when you say further, further than what? What do you mean by that?
Well, depending upon the intelligence we have prior to going in, the potential for violence or potential for there to be risk to the officers for serious injury, or further than that, they could decide to basically break down the door. The individuals believed to be running inside, potentially gathering weapons or anything like that, they will breach the door and attempt to basically escalate it to a point to where get him to understand that he needs to surrender.
Okay. Were those attempts successful?
No, they breached the door, and his female girlfriend that identified, I believe she was a long time girlfriend. She was observed coming from the right side of the structure. It was later determined that their bedroom was to the left side of the structure. So for whatever reason, she was coming from the other side.
Okay. All right. So, walk us through, in terms of the tactics that you used to work your way through the Waffenbarger residence. What were you doing, and how many persons or how many officers total were involved in that?
I can't tell you specifically how much personnel we had, but if I had to put a number on it, it'd be roughly 30 people, between, obviously, I said before, Atlanta Police, U.S. Marshals, Spalding County Sheriff's Department, and we also had the U.S. Secret Service out there assisting.
Okay. So when you make your breach, what do you do after you first make the breach into the residence?
We basically will breach the door, and we'll continue to call out. At that point, they're waiting for any kind of contact with anybody. In this case, his girlfriend immediately came to the door and saying she surrendered as to, she basically just started cooperating at that point.
Okay. And did you attempt to work your way through the residence at that time?
At that time, the team that actually was assigned to clear the structure started to basically clear the downstairs. They had a secondary team start to clear what I can only describe as the two garages or off to the right that were directly attached to the actual is the house. It's kind of a weird layout, but you had the house on the left, and then you had attached garages that they were using as part of their house. So they cleared the bottom area, did not locate him. They were working to clear the upstairs structure, but they were being very methodical about it. They believed at that point, since they had cleared the bottom, that there's a potential that he was hiding upstairs, and they were trying to come up with a plan on how to safely be able to go up there and locate him and apprehend him.
Okay. Were you able to, was that successful, attempted to locate Mr. Waffenbarger upstairs?
They never actually made it upstairs. I actually had relocated from outside and came in and started assisting in what we call a secondary search. We actually did 3 or 4 searches to try to locate this individual, and it's not unusual.
It's well hidden.
To have people get creative in their houses or locations and come up with locations for them to hide. So we continued to kind of pull on boards, try to move mirrors, just do second and third searches to make sure that somebody didn't miss something. Unfortunately, we are human, and things do happen like that. So as
what an
I
interesting
maneuvered
testimony.
out probably the second or third time out to what was, I can only describe as a makeshift kitchen that was created in one of the garages. And I kind of maneuvered around, and I noticed on the right side of it, there was like a wine rack that appeared to be loose. So I started manipulating it and kind of saw that it was moving a little bit, and I was using my gun and flashlight on my gun to kind of peer underneath underneath it, and I maneuvered a little bit more to the right, and when I looked inside, I could see what turned out to be Mr. Wolfenbarger hunched over. I could see his back, and he was hunched over, hiding deep into the little structure that was created for their kitchen.
Okay. Is your memory good enough of what you observed that day that you could, are you able to demonstrate the manner in which Mr. Waffenbarger was, as you testified, hunching over when you observed him?
It might not be my memory that I'm worried about. It might be my body that I'm worried about.
Okay. All right. Are you physically able?
But yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay. With the court's permission, could I have the witness step into the gallery and demonstrate what he observed Mr. Waffenbarger doing?
Mr. German? Daniel?
That's fine.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Please, Court TV, don't fail us. Pull it back.
Kind of hunched over where he just was, and you can
And at that time, your testimony was that you had the light on your firearm, is that correct?
That's correct.
And
Dang it.
at that time,
He can't show
your testimony
the-
was also that you had already previously made
Can't show the
several
jury,
attempts to
so.
announce law enforcement. Is that also correct?
Repeat that?
Several attempts to announce that you were law enforcement. Is that also
Not
correct?
just myself, but everybody that was out there. They were, the initial response was we had identified ourselves, and at that point, we weren't walking around basically announcing ourselves over and over again. Because the people that are serving the warrant, that are actually looking for them inside, they can't have a bunch of people talking. Their job is to come up with a plan to try to safely find them. So we're not just going to be in the house just yelling or continuously saying, hey, police.
Okay. How much time would you say, just in an estimation of how much time it took from the point when you first made your announcement of law enforcement to when you were able to apprehend the defendant?
It was at least 20 minutes, if not longer.
Okay.
Somewhere between the range of 20 and 30 minutes, it seemed like at least.
All right. Were you able to apprehend the defendant on that?
Yes, once we spotted him inside of the kitchen area, I kind of backed off, summoned some of the guys around it, and then we called out several times. I attempted to communicate with him myself. Other guys from the U.S. Marshals finally got him to be able to respond within about probably 3 to 5 minutes, and then basically he responded verbally, and it took us probably another 3 to 5 minutes to get him out of the structure, to talk him out.
Okay. All right. With court permission, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. Can you tell the court if you recognize this State's Exhibit?
I do.
All right. How do you recognize that exhibit?
That is a thumb drive with body worn camera video.
Have you had an opportunity to view the contents of that State's Exhibit?
I have.
Did you sign the envelope on that exhibit indicating that you had viewed it and that it was a fair and accurate representation of what you observed on the date you arrested the defendant?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the State moved to tender in evidence State's Exhibit 29.
Okay, Exhibit 29 is admitted.
I would like to see that exhibit.
Permission granted.
And Your Honor,
Let's see if they will publish it.
My assumptions in the area of agreement, we're playing the tape starting at 5 minutes.
Okay.
And how long is it?
It is 26 minutes. 26 minutes.
Minus 5 or?
Minus 5. Minus 5.
So 21 minutes of runtime?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. Is there both audio and video?
There is audio and video. That's correct.
Okay. The reason I asked that question is just so I can instruct the jury that because of the technology, if you see people talking, their words may lag behind the movement that you see. And so I'll just prepare you for that, that they might not line up. Go ahead, sir.
Please show us this. I think they have to put it on Zoom. There we go.
Someone wants to put, you can move from here?
No, it's the same old shit.
She ran. He ran out and went into that. There's a freaking, that little man cave, and she grabbed it.
You're gonna run, you're gonna keep running.
That's true. But it's the fence, you can't get past the big high chain. And the perimeter got up pretty quick, right?
Right, plus Frank and another guy approached the woods. So, I mean, yeah.
They were blocked off there, I think.
Yeah. I don't think that they would make it out.
Yeah.
Sean? Yeah. Want me to put your pictures right here? Yeah, fix them there. Yeah, just secondary sweep on the cabinets.
They're about to get the drone flying upstairs. They're about to fly the drone upstairs.
Very small, buddy.
Straight tight upstairs or straight off the two-way straight up. Looks like it splits because left and right.
Put it past us, dude. If he knows something's coming, like to have like fucking, I mean, it sounds weird, but to have like the fucking
hidey hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
So nothing floating through that.
Upstairs would be the best place.
Yeah, we still got that. Yeah.
I think we got some sort of attic hole on there.
Is there no way on this one? Yeah, it's not sure.
Is there I got something here.
Yeah, so they go first. Make sure it's not right top of the stairs. Yeah. Hey, where's that robot? Is that top of the stairs? Right. Okay.
Are we pretty much clear on the main level?
Except for when you come in the front door, there's a door behind the front door that goes to the front two windows on the left. I don't think we've gotten to what I would do.
Jumping off. Yeah, so if Frank's about to have the drum ready, I would say let's get the drone up there first. Yeah? The bot's up there as well. Yeah. Hey, so he's not going to have a whole lot of work up there with the drone. Immediate left is a closed door. Okay. Flatten hook right, pretty much right above us. There's another closed door. Right and straight is a bathroom. All right, hey, who's got the drone remote? Or the bot remote? Okay, hey, somebody monitor this while Mason's on the stairs. Make sure it's got it jump out what it says. He was saying that it was like a doorbell. He was awake and he tells the cops to understand. So we've got interior cameras. Yeah.
Hey, there's two windows here on the left side of the house right there.
Yeah.
There's each bedroom windows, right?
Yeah.
Are they? So there's actually nothing but what, a closet?
Yeah.
It's gotta be small.
Yes, sir.
Those two windows go to the bedroom in here? So there's gotta be a small here.
Let's not sure. I remember what in there. I've been in there. It's gonna be there's no connecting door. It's gonna be a small closet unless it stairs down. Okay.
Maybe a fucking cool closet, some sort of shit.
All right. And I can get up and walk upstairs if you guys want to clean that up.
Is somebody in there? Somebody in there?
Yeah, they're in there.
Josh ain't there moving it. All right, got you. All right, next session towards you. Nobody never said that.
Well, me and him are going to take stairs. You better know what. Nice movie. Go ahead, bro. Robots, I think. We're close to them, right? Yeah. Are we ready? You already? Yeah. You must have to work hard, so when we rolled out, this device was on that side of the house. Yeah, he's got it. Yeah. Take it out, you. Yeah, I heard it. Did you guys clean up now? Yeah. No, I'm not there. I heard it. What's happening? Keep in mind,
Yeah, weird. Just, you see, what access? This will come through. I didn't hear nothing from upstairs. Didn't look like a slide. It looks like a slide, but I can't see. Height, 6 foot, yes, sir. According to the file. Straight and left, John.
All right. Hey, that left, as deep as is a big ass dresser. It's pushed all the way to the wall. Don't shut your hole in this bed. Chair up. There's this little corner, but I think I pretty much cleared it. See the corner. But it's here. There's the AC unit. I guess it's upstairs. So I got a cubby hole behind a mirror back here. So it's not enough, yeah. Is there no basement? Right here, over there. What is coming from the ground? That's definitely coming from the ground. I mean, excuse me. Yeah, it could be under like a subfloor, but then that means there is a subfloor. So I don't have access to that. No, some way for you to get in there. That's here. It's held in by these two things. Yeah, it's on a channel, but I couldn't, like, maybe, yeah, I couldn't really, I can't see an empty space. Did we see a phone for him and you? You did. Okay.
I need a gun. He's in here. I'm on the other side. You'll be able to see him. Talk to him. Talk to him.
Chris, come out with your hands up, dude. You know you're in here in the garage behind the line thing.
Come out now.
Yo.
Partner, come out now or you're gonna get yourself fucking shot.
Jason, Chris, come on out, buddy. Got to.
You good, man? You good?
Hey,
No,
bring the dog out.
Where?
Yeah, bring the dog
He's inside of that.
Inside of this?
Yes, you'll see an opening on the other side. Yeah. He's kind of hunched over like this.
Oh, come on. I want to see the rest. Oh, man.
We stopped the video at 23:44.
Thank you.
All right. Now, Detective O'Hare, we've just watched a portion of the video beginning at the 5-minute mark. At this point in the video, has the announcement and the breaches to the residence, had that occurred at that point already?
That had occurred originally, yes.
Okay, all right. And that was the video consistent with your testimony as to the wine rack and placing your gun and the flashlight to be able to view the defendant at that time?
Correct.
All right. And you testified as to the use of technology. Was that the reason that you continued to do the first and the secondary searches? Was that the reason that you continued to do that?
No, technology would have referred to utilizing his cell phone.
Okay.
To assist in locating him.
All right. And how, in terms of the cell phone, did that contribute to, I guess, just the certainty that he was at the location or the effort to search the residence? Did that contribute to that?
Yeah, the fact that this was reasonably believed to be his residence, and in addition to that, his cell phone was at the residence. It led us to believe that he was in the residence. We additionally got some additional information that he was inside, so.
Okay, all right. That's all I have, Judge. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Samuel?
Oh, I'm very curious about what the defense is going to ask here.
Detective?
Yes, sir.
Detective O'Hare. We've been in court once before. You may not remember, you worked with the Marshals Task Force, is that right?
I did, yes.
Okay, at the time? Okay, Detective Hines, Deputy Hines with the U.S. Marshals?
Yes.
Okay. Hutchins?
Correct.
You testified in that case, do you recall?
I did.
Okay. The approach that the strike forces take when they apprehend someone begins with a pre-operation meeting, correct?
That's correct.
Somewhere off-site, you meet and discuss the background of the defendant, right?
Correct.
You review kind of the history of the case a little bit. I mean, you're not spending hours, but to give you a sense of what you should expect to find, correct?
That's correct.
And for your all safety, right?
Yes.
That wasn't me, was it?
No, I think it was someone in the gallery. It's fine.
No strikes? Yeah.
Nope.
Okay. And if I understand correctly, there were about 30 of you that showed up at the house, right?
That's my rough guesstimate, yes, sir.
You can count the cars out in the driveway, and well, let me go back to the pre-operational meeting. You knew that who did the pre-operational meeting? Who was the case agent, so to speak?
In a technical sense, it was me.
Okay.
I assisted, but considering that we had requested for the U.S. Marshals to handle the actual deployment of resources to apprehend him,
right.
I believe it was Deputy U.S. Marshal Frank Lemke that was technically the U.S. Marshal case agent.
Got it, okay. And in the pre-operational meeting, did you all discuss the fact that on several prior occasions, Mr. The defendant, Chris, here, you know his name is Chris, right?
Correct.
Wolfenbarger, that he had met with the police and had long conversations with them on many occasions prior to this?
Yes, it was revealed that he understood he was a suspect. Obviously, this had occurred years prior.
That's right. And he had met with the APD and had given DNA samples on 3 different occasions?
I wasn't aware of that, but...
He met with other detectives and gave head hair samples when asked?
That could have happened.
He met with other police. I mean, he was regularly, it seems, this was many years ago, meeting with police officers and gave pubic hair samples. Were you aware of that?
I was aware that he knew he was a suspect and had previously
cooperated. Yeah.
But all the rest of it, I mean, you're talking about a number of years had transpired.
The point is, it's important for the arrest team to know about his, listen, if in the past he had regularly pulled out a gun every time the police approached him, you would have dealt somewhat differently on this day, August 6th, than if he had just regularly talked to the police when asked.
I guess, but the fact is, the charges, I mean, support us taking him very seriously.
I am not saying you did anything wrong. Okay, so don't.
No, I understand that.
Okay. Who was doing the pre-op? Lemke? Is that what you said?
I believe it was Lemke, but it would have been supported by me. I would have provided, because I technically was the case agent for APD, so I would have provided a lot of the details.
And was this your body cam we were just watching for 20 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. No firearms anywhere, right?
I don't recall ever seeing any.
Okay. Well, of course, you all had assault weapons and machine guns and all kinds of things you use, right? Possess, right?
We have firearms, correct.
Right. If necessary, you have flashbangs you will use?
We have access to them, yes.
You have access to drones you actually use, even inside houses? You'll send drones upstairs to look around what's going on, right?
Yes.
And in this case, as in, I think it's fair to say all of the cases that the strike force does, it's kind of a, for lack of a better description, kind of a shock and awe, right? You don't go in with 1 or 2 people and knock on the door if it's a case where you're making a violent crime arrest. You 30 people with many armed with assault weapons and everything else, right?
Yeah, we do.
It is a scary scene.
Well, the idea is to overwhelm the individual with a show of perceived force.
Exactly what I meant. Okay, shock and awe, overwhelm them with perceived force. And it's obvious to you what happened here was the overwhelming show of force led him to hide behind the counter, right? Behind the wine cellar, the wine rack.
I would say, I would disagree with you.
Okay. Well, you don't know what's in his state of mind. I don't know what was his state of mind. But there was an overwhelming show of force, and then he went and hid, correct?
There was, but there was also a declaration that the law enforcement was on his property, and he was fully aware of that.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not questioning that. I mean, just look how everybody's dressed. You all have flak jackets on, police, marshal, Secret Service was there. No FBI. The FBI strike force wasn't there, right?
They were not there.
You use marshals, and another group uses FBI, right?
Correct.
Strike force. There's 2 different strike forces in Atlanta. Okay. And when you arrested him, he came out from behind the, whatever you call that part of the kitchen that was under kind of construction behind the wine rack, correct?
Correct. After a period of time, he finally surrendered.
Right. And then you put him in someone's car and drove him up to Atlanta, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fawcett?
Detective O'Hare, were you involved in the criminal investigation in this case?
I was not.
Okay. Do you know who the lead detective was when the skull of Melissa Waffenbarger was originally found in 1998?
I believe it was a retired detective, Detective Dale Kelly.
Okay. Did you assist him at that time in 98?
I did not.
You familiar with who the lead detective is when the remains were identified in 2003? Do you know who was assigned to the case at that time?
In 03?
Yes.
I do not.
Okay. So you don't know that it was Detective Alton Calhoun?
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever consult with Detective Calhoun about his investigation into this case?
I did not.
Okay. You didn't talk to Detective Calhoun about whether or not the defendant was cooperative during the investigation?
I did not.
Okay. What about Detective Jerry Shepard, who picked the case up in 2021? Did you ever discuss or assist with the investigation of the case and assist him?
I did not.
Okay. And based on your observations, would you describe the defendant as cooperating with law enforcement on the date that you arrived to execute that arrest warrant?
He did not.
Okay. Now, are you able to see and recognize the defendant in court today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you point him out and describe what the defendant is wearing?
The young man off to the right, blue blazer, light colored shirt.
All right. Can you see if the defendant is sitting in a chair or a wheelchair or something?
Your Honor, we'll stipulate that he can identify Mr. Wolfenbarger.
All right. Do you see that?
Yeah. It sounds as if Mr. Samuel indicated that they would stipulate that that was Mr. Wolfenbarger. So.
Okay, great. Do you see that Mr. Wolfenbarger is in a wheelchair at this time?
Yes.
Let's find out.
When I walked in, yes.
Okay, all right. Are you able to recall the physical state condition of Mr. Wolfenbarger at the time that he was arrested?
He seemed perfectly healthy.
Okay. Did he appear, as he was hunched over, attempting to hide, did he appear to have any physical limitations at that time?
He did not.
Okay, and when he exited, did he appear to have difficulty moving around?
He did not.
And did either yourself or other members of your unit perform any acts that would have physically harmed the defendant on that date?
We did not.
So, okay. All right, that's all I have, Judge.
Samuel?
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You are excused.
I really wanted to find out why he's in that
Your Honor, the
wheelchair.
state calls Norma Patton.
Ah, here comes Norma. This is the mother of the victim.
You'll come on up to the witness stand, ma'am. Come on up this way. And when you get to the witness stand, okay. You go ahead and have a seat, please. Get situated up to the microphone. You need to help her get that seat situated. The deputy, and raise your right hand. He'll swear you in.
You swear affirm to the testimony that you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I am. I do.
Thank you. And if you'll please state and spell your name for the record.
Norma J. Patton, Norma J. Patton.
Ms. Patton?
Yes, sir.
Tell the court, where were you living in the 1990s?
1990,
Yes, 1990s, that area.
Locust Grove.
All right. And were you married?
Yes, sir.
Who were you married to?
Carl M. Patton Jr.
All right. How many years were you guys married?
We were married 56 years, 6 months, and 8 days.
Okay. Did you and your husband have any children?
Yes, sir.
How many children did you have?
We had 2 girls.
What were their names?
Tina Mae was the oldest, and Melissa Dawn.
Okay. And where did you raise your 2 children? Where did you raise your 2 children?
Between Ellenwood and Locust Grove.
Okay. And how the age range between the 2?
7 years.
Okay. And did Melissa and Tina, did you guys grow up in the same household?
Yes.
All right. Do you know the name Christopher Waffenbarger?
Yes.
How do you know that name?
Melissa started seeing him when she got into high school.
Okay. And was this at the beginning of high school, middle, end of high school?
Freshman year.
All right. How did you come to find out about that relationship?
When she met him, she started running away to be with him.
And what about that instance? How did you find out about it?
Well, she would not come home from school, and I would try to find her and turn her in as a runaway when I wasn't able to find her.
Okay.
Sounds like that happened pretty frequently.
And prior to her starting high school, was that happening?
No, sir.
All right. And during that period, how would you
so it
describe
only
the
happened
relationship
after they
between
met?
yourself, Tina Patton, and Melissa Patton?
Tina Mae and I have not been close. Melissa is the one that I bonded with more so than Tina Mae.
And what do you mean by that?
Melissa was my baby.
Okay. What were some of the differences between how your interaction with Melissa and Tina how would that differ?
Well, the difference with Tina Mae, she would get mad when she wouldn't get her way, so she would run away.
Okay, and what about Melissa?
Melissa, we didn't have that issue. We just, until she met Chris.
Okay. Did you know of Christopher Waffenbarger prior to that time?
No, sir.
All right.
I mean, they were living with a serial killer. Just throwing that up there.
What were your feelings at that time about the defendant and your daughter seeing each other?
I didn't want them seeing each other because I felt she was too young.
Okay. And were you did you express that to your daughter?
Yes.
Did that have any effect when you expressed that to her?
Well, she just kept running away. She didn't.
Okay. And at any point, do you recall their relationship becoming particularly serious?
Yes, I got worried about it after they, the first runaway, not so much, but after she kept running away, then I determined that I felt like I needed to put her on birth control.
Okay.
So I put her on birth control.
All right. And can you tell the court what you recall after that?
I tried my best to keep them separated, and don't. I would watch her take the birth control pill, and I thought she was taking them, but come to find out she was not taking them.
Okay. And do you recall if your daughter conceived a child at any point?
Yes, she did.
And at what point, if she's in high school and she's talking about her starting high school, how soon after that does this happen?
Pretty well. I found out before Christmas that she was pregnant.
Okay. Do you recall how old she was at that time?
No.
Was she at a point where she was a senior and ready to graduate from high school?
She was not a senior.
Okay. Was it at a point where she had just started high school and say she was a freshman?
Yes.
Okay. So closer to the beginning of high school, is that the best of your recollection?
Yes.
All right. And your recollection is that she got pregnant during that period?
Right.
And do you recall the grandchild that she got pregnant with?
Yes, Christina.
Okay. And is that Christina Wolfenbarger?
Yes, it's Christina Marie.
Okay. All right. And what happened after Melissa got pregnant?
After she got pregnant in February, her and Chris got married.
Okay.
Because she was pregnant. Did not need my signature because she was pregnant. So that was just.
Was Melissa living with you up to that time when she got pregnant?
Yes, she was.
All right. And who all was living in the house at that time?
Carl, myself, and Melissa.
Okay. And at that time, we're talking about going into high school, and when she meets the defendant, what was the relationship with Carl Patton and Melissa, your daughter?
They had a very good relationship. He would take her fishing. He took her on fishing on one episode, and he had caught a turtle, and he started pulling the turtle in the boat, and she about got out of the boat trying to get away from the turtle. And he brought the turtle home.
All right. And after your daughter got married, did she continue to live in your residence, or did she move out?
No. The day that she got married, it's the day she moved out.
Okay, and where did she move to?
She moved to East Point. I don't remember the street that they lived on.
Okay. And is this a residence that you visited after she moved?
Only one time.
Okay. And why was that only one time?
It just, they didn't stay there that long.
Do you recall if your daughter Melissa conceived another child with the defendant?
Yes.
And what child was that?
That would be Joseph.
Okay.
Joseph Allen Zander.
And are you able to tell the jury how many years apart between Christina and Joey?
Christina was born in August the 15th, and Joey was 1995, and Joey was born July 5th of 1996.
Okay, so right there.
It was not even a year.
All right. And your grandchildren are born, there's 95, 96. Are you spending time periodically, frequently? Are you spending time with your grandchildren during that period?
During that period, Melissa, when she would get a chance, she would bring Christina basically to my house whenever she had the opportunity to have a way to get down there.
Okay. And orient us to what year this would be, best you can.
She came to the house kind of early 96 when she found out she was pregnant with Joey. Her and Christina, and she sat on the couch and told me that she was pregnant. But prior to her coming, I had gotten home and had a letter from her where she wrote a letter because I wasn't home.
Okay.
And to tell me that she was pregnant. So when she actually came, I already knew that she was pregnant.
All right. Now, you said whenever she would get a chance. So we're talking about that 1996. Think about that year. Give us an estimate as to how many times she would have come over and you would have seen her and say Chrissy during that period.
I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 times, I guess.
Okay. All right. And is that spread out during that period of the year?
Yes.
Okay. And when she comes over, she come over by herself and the daughter, or is Chris and the defendant?
Usually it was just her and Christina.
Okay. And does that continue into the next year, 1997?
1997, really didn't see her that much. In 1996, before Christmas, she actually lived with me, with her and Joey. But
okay.
For a couple months.
Okay, so and that was in Christmas of 96?
That early, before Christmas, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall why that happened?
Because she had been arrested for car theft.
Okay. So she got arrested for car theft, and you're keeping the grandkids for 2 months?
She came to stay with me with the grandbabies, yes.
Okay. And during that period, what's your relationship with your grandchildren?
It was fabulous. She got a job. During that probably about 3 months that she was there, she got a job at a place in McDonough that did computer parts. So she was working and taking care of the babies.
Okay. Did you see your daughter in 1998?
1998, I saw her November 9th, 1998. Just the last time I saw her.
Oh, the last time you saw her. Okay. All right. Now, are you familiar with where your daughter was working during this period? You said the computer place. Was she working anywhere else?
To my knowledge, she was working on and off at Waffle House.
All right. Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to the year 1998. Did you have an opportunity to see Christina in and around, say, the July or August period of 1998?
No, I did not.
Okay. During that period of 1998, do you recall seeing any injuries or bruising on the person of your daughter, Melissa Waffenbarger?
When I saw Melissa in the summer of 1998, when I saw her, she had on long sleeves and blue jeans, and it was like July and August.
Okay. So I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. So you're saying that it's not 88, you're saying in July of 1998, you saw your daughter, Melissa?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to observe any bruising or marks or abrasions on your daughter at that time?
I did not, because she had on long sleeves and blue jeans.
Okay. Did your daughter tell you about anything that happened? Your Honor has previously ruled on this matter.
Overruled.
Did your daughter tell you about anything that occurred in that month of July?
No.
Okay.
What?
Let me ask you this.
Objection? Okay, never mind. Withdrawn. Go ahead.
Okay.
Were you aware of an arrest that occurred on the defendant, Christopher Waffenbarger, in July of 1998?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of why that arrest occurred?
Because he had knocked her down and dragged her along the sidewalk.
Okay. Now, I want to make sure that we're talking about information that you are getting from the right source. Where do you get that
From Melissa.
Okay. And when did she tell you that?
And when me and her dad came and picked her up from where they were living on Brookline Street.
Okay.
When we took her back to the house, and I saw the abrasions on her backside. Her dad did not see those abrasions.
Okay. And when you say abrasions, what do you mean by that?
Her whole backside was skin up, like she'd been drug along the sidewalk.
So was that consistent with what she told you about being dragged?
Yes.
Did you see scrapes, redness, or blood when you observed that?
Yes.
And if you could stand up and just, well, I'm not going to have you stand up. But when you say it around her back, how large, if you could just demonstrate, how large of an injury would you say you just demonstrate?
I'd say probably something along that line.
Okay, all right. And did Melissa tell you who was responsible for that?
Chris.
And do you see the person that she was speaking of in court today?
I can't see him, no.
Okay.
The screens are blocking him.
I see. Okay. Are you able to stand up? Okay.
Yes, I see him.
Hey, you can sit down. Thank you. You tell the court what the defendant is wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit.
All right. What happened after you observed those abrasions?
Well, we because his mother had custody of Christina and Joey, we went through the Henry County process, and Melissa got the kid, both children, and they lived with me.
Okay.
And about till they went to court.
Okay.
On the abuse.
And were you present in court on that date?
I was.
And was the defendant present in court that date?
Yes, he was.
Do you recall what date that was?
No, my mind is just, I'm getting a little frazzled. July 29th, I think.
Okay. And that would have been July 29th of?
1998.
Okay, all right. Do you know if the case went forward that date?
No, it did not.
And why didn't it?
Because Christopher asked the judge to let him speak to Melissa alone.
Okay.
And the judge allowed it.
All right. And after that, what happened to that case?
Melissa left with Chris. I went to daycare and picked up Christina and Joey because I was the only one that could pick them up. And I met with Kathy Wolfenberger and handed the kids over to her.
Okay.
Because Melissa was going home with Chris.
Mr. Fawcett?
Yes.
I was trying to find sort of a natural stopping point, and this is the best one I can find so far. For just a moment, Ms. Patton. So it's about 1:15, ladies and gentlemen. As promised, I'm going to break for lunch now until 2:15. So you are excused for lunch, and then we'll be back in here at 2:15, okay? Thank you. And you can just stay right there for now, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to pull the audio down a little bit. They might have a little bit to say outside the presence of the jury and the witnesses. So we're going to hang out for just a second before I also go to lunch. Maybe you go to lunch as well. This whole portion of this, the thing that I'm just struck by it. And somebody, in fact, it was Nancy Drew who said, so Norma got the grandkids who was married to a serial killer. Yeah. And he had done the serial killing like 20 years before that or something, right? Wasn't it like 1977 that he did that? So it was in the 70s anyway. So we're talking.
We're on break until 2:15, okay? Thank you.
Let's see if there's anything
Yes,
that's
sir.
going to happen here.
You can come up and help her.
It does look like they're just going to go ahead and break. Nothing is going to be said. Okay. So yeah, the weird thing about listening to Norma is that, asked about who she's married to, how long they were married, 56 years, 7 months, 40 whatever days.
We have a minor issue to deal with when we come
here we
back.
go.
I don't think it take more than 5-10 minutes.
Okay. Well, if y'all just plan to be back closer to 2 than 2:15, we'll take it up, okay? Okay. Thank you.
All right, so they're going to do that after. Yeah, it's just weird. It's just weird to me that is. I mean, nobody's bringing it up. Oh, how long were you married? Who were you married to? Carl Patton. Oh, was Carl Patton incarcerated for any reason? I imagine the defense will bring it up. Prosecution's not going to do that, right? But yeah. So we're going to break until 2:15 Eastern, and we'll be back. Okay, guys. Thanks for sticking with me. This is a fascinating case, and we will keep it right here for the break, and then we'll be back. All right. Thanks, guys.
yet, and we don't have Mr. Samuel back yet. I don't know if that is, if we need to wait on him before Ms. Patton continues her testimony. If it comes down to it, we can talk about that. But I was advised before we took a break that
And
you
we're
had
back.
some preliminary matter that you thought would be relatively straightforward to take up before we got started. What is that matter?
Well, the state is intending to enter in a copy of a letter allegedly from Melissa to her mom.
Yes.
And yesterday was the first time I've ever seen this letter.
Okay.
Yesterday is the first time I ever knew about this letter. So I have several problems with it. Number one, of course, it's 807 material. It was never noticed, and we've not had an opportunity to discuss whether it qualifies under 807. Second of all, I would object under the best evidence rule. This is a copy, that's a copy as far as I know. You have the original?
Actually, I can't tell if this is, I think this is a copy.
So we don't even know if the original exists or if it doesn't. So those would be my problems with it.
Okay. Mr. Fawcett, so I believe I had already ruled, in fact, I know I've already ruled that Melissa's statements to her family members were going to be admissible under residual hearsay. And so this is, to me, not a hearsay issue, but more a best evidence or a late notice issue relative to you.
Did I misunderstand your original ruling? I thought it was two specific statements of Melissa's and not just a blanket open door, because I don't know if we're allowed to do that under 807.
Well, I mean, you're right. I was specifically talking about, I think it was 3 statements, one from Tina and 2 from Norma. But generally the ruling was that statements that were made to her family members about this topic, I haven't seen that letter. I don't know what it says. As I understand it, the issue is more that it was not timely produced to you. And let's start there. Mr. Fawcett, when did you obtain this information or know that it existed?
I believe we met with the family, I want to say it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, and those letters were brought up at that point. And it was my understanding at that time that the paralegal that brought them over would have them served. I did not check into it past that, so when we found out that it had not been done, I had the letters were brought over and given to the defense counsel. I want to say the stack, if I was estimating, somewhere around 50, 60 pages.
I'm just going to real quick. The 807 rule is called the residual exception. It basically covers it covers the trustworthiness of circumstantial evidence. So, and if there's trustworthiness, it shall not be. Anyway, it has to do with trustworthiness.
Maybe a third of that were letters and cards. What I did last night, yesterday I separated out 3 or 4 cards and 1 letter, and I copied those and gave that to the defense counsel. I don't think there's an objection to the cards, but the letters in particular, and why I think it wasn't something I was even looking at initially until we get to the point we're hearing some of the questions from the defense in the opening statement. And I think that the letter in particular speaks directly to the relationship between Melissa and her mother. It also speaks directly to Melissa's intent to keep her children, which I think is a theme of the defense in this case. She is specifically talking about, and this is talking about Kimberly Cambrone, Mr. Waffenbarger's sister, Miss Kathy Waffenbarger's daughter, and the discussion between Kathy Waffenbarger and Kimberly Cambrone when Melissa was present. She's basically stating that we are having an argument about I want to keep my kids, and she's basically giving her mother the impression of the statement that Miss Waffenbarger is trying to invade on her as a mother. Essentially, is what the letter is saying. And I'm paraphrasing the letter, but that's what I'm getting from the letter. I think it's pertinent. I think it's relevant, especially opening statements aren't evidence, but that is the opening statement of the defense. Those are the questions that have been asked throughout the trial. And I think it's relevant because it sheds light on what Melissa's mind state was at the time of her death, her relationship with her mother. and her intent to keep her children and stay in her children's lives. And that was the intent.
I'm sorry, to keep her children and what?
Keep her children and stay in her children's lives.
Okay.
And so that's the intent of introducing this letter, to show that to the jury.
Okay. Mr. McDermott?
I'm not going to disagree that some of those themes come up.
Yes, sir.
I haven't had an opportunity really to pore over this closely, which is also part of the problem of getting late discovery. Let me say this. First of all, it's about, if you knew 2 weeks ago, we should have got it 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to address that, and I.
But let me add on to that. I know that the batch of cards existed as far back as Detective Shepard's interview of Norma in 2021. Okay. At that time,
And we're talking about like birthday cards, greeting
Yes.
cards, things like that? Okay.
that she had saved.
Just one moment. Off the record. Mr. Samuel, I trust that our county commission is still. Is that a witness?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, so there is, we have invoked a rule that requires that all of the witnesses in the case, if you might be called as a witness, that you wait outside until you're called as a witness. So if you'll please step outside, I'd appreciate it. Yes. Thank you, sir.
They're so polite in this court. They are just so polite. Kind of awesome. I've really enjoyed it.
Okay. Back on the record, there was a witness who was in the courtroom, and so I requested that he leave, and he did. You were saying, Mr. McDermott.
So I know that the state knew that those cards existed in 2021. They also knew that Norma had certain documents that we didn't have as early as 2021, and I know this from the interviews that were done that recorded. I can presume, I think safely, that this letter was in that batch that early, because it's part of the material Norma had and then turned over to the state. And she was apparently trying to give it to the Detective Shepard in 2021. So my contention would be that this should have been in the first batch of discovery we ever got. If Mr. Fawcett only learned about it a couple of weeks ago, understandable, still we should have known at that time.
Okay. So a couple things. One, while it may not be best practice, there's a difference between a witness saying, yes, I have things like that, and then actually providing them to the investigator and or the state following up and saying, can we please have those things? And what I haven't heard so far.
I'm sorry, I'm out of line. Go ahead.
What I haven't heard so far is a representation that those things were actually, maybe they should have been, but that they were actually in the state's possession as far back as when Ms. Patton referenced them. So far what I've heard is that they came into the state's possession 2 weeks ago, which still means you should have had them 2 weeks ago or as soon thereafter as possible.
So from the interview, it's very clear that she has the documents in her possession as she's speaking to him, and that she's handing them to him to look at, and that he's reviewing them. So whether he took some kind of formal possession at the time, I mean, they knew that they had it at the time, and they would have had possession, custody, and control at that moment. And the case law is very clear that it's not just the DA's office, but anything in the police's possession and control as well. So,
Mr. Fawcett?
I can't reference the specific portion of the interview he's referring to, but that does not take away from the fact that we did not have possession of these items. That includes APD, that includes our office. I didn't have knowledge of them until we met with Ms. Patton, Tina Patton, and Norma Patton. So they simply weren't in our possession until 2 weeks ago.
Okay. I understand, Mr. McDermott, your concerns. I share them regarding the late notice that they were handed to you, but if the information that I've been provided is accurate, then while it should have been given to you 2 weeks ago, I don't know that it's being provided to you now, given that there is clearly some acknowledgement that they exist as far back as whenever Ms. Patton was interviewed. I don't know that there's a basis to exclude it for that reason, for it having not been more timely provided to the defense in discovery. Beyond that, you had, I haven't seen them. I don't know what they say. Are you also asserting
are you asserting any other objections or efforts to limit their admissibility rather than simply that they were not disclosed timely, which I've already ruled on?
Well, I would reiterate the hearsay objection. I mean, and I would also say that this is not best evidence. Show me the original.
Okay. Thank you. Again, I haven't read them. I don't know what they say, but based on the prior rulings that I made regarding the state's effort to admit statements by Melissa Wolfenbarger that were made to her family, specifically sister and mother, and that those statements satisfied the residual hearsay exception. You're right, Mr. McDermott, that the court still needs to address the individual, pieces of evidence, but it does seem as if they fall into that same category. And so for that reason, I believe that the same arguments the state has made regarding residual hearsay would apply here if they are what they've been represented to me to be, which is letters from Melissa to Ms. Patton and or greeting card, birthday wishes, et cetera, from Melissa Wolfenbarger to Norma Patton. So that's going to be my ruling. Anything else that we need to put on the record regarding that issue, Mr. Fawcett?
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't hear the last 5 seconds.
That's okay. I was just saying I'm going to say that it falls into the same foundational category as what you've argued on residual hearsay. And so at least as a general proposition, there may be specific objections, but as a general proposition, I'm not going to exclude them. Do you have any other matters we need to take up?
I don't, Judge, no.
Mr. McDermott?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I have one issue. I was advised yesterday that we had a juror who needed to leave. He had an appointment at 4. And now it's been pointed out to me that for him to be at that appointment by 4, he needs to leave at like 3. So it's getting a little hairy. I can probably impose for a few minutes, but not much longer. So I'm just giving you a heads up, given that
So we're
Norma
going
Patton,
to
I expect, is
leave
an
late
important witness.
or leave early.
We're going to have to interrupt her testimony and bring her back on Monday unless y'all are going to conclude with her in 45 minutes.
You think you can conclude direct in 45 minutes?
Well, I just don't think that, I don't know.
I mean, either way, it doesn't matter to me. I'm happy to.
Gives you more time to spend with those letters, sir.
Right, thank you.
Okay.
I think that would have been an appropriate remedy, Your Honor.
Okay. So are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we ready for the?
Are we going to quit at 3:15 today? Is that your plan?
Yeah, my plan is to quit as close to 3 as I can because I don't want to make a juror mad if I can avoid it, right? Unless it's an unreasonable request.
Can we just go ahead and say that we'll get as far into direct as we can and end at the end of direct if it ends?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, unless he stands up and asks 2 more questions and we're done. But yeah, nobody expects that's going to happen. So can we have the jury, please, Deputy? Thank you.
And thank you for accommodating me this morning.
It's fine.
Noon time or whatever.
Everybody got lunch. It worked.
But you considered my time, and I appreciate that.
All right, for the jury.
Lots. I mean, these are polite people. It's like we're watching a trial in Canada.
Be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. And just a break from the courtroom generally. And we're going to go ahead and get Ms. Patton back on the stand, please.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll just take a moment to get adjusted. Thank you. And Ms. Patton, I'll just remind you that you were sworn in when you began testifying, and
Yes,
even
ma'am.
though we took a break, you continue to be under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Fossett, you may continue your examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Patton is awaiting her testimony. Looks like we're only going to be here about another half hour.
Okay. Now, Ms. Patton, I'm going to approach a bench and show you State's Exhibit 27, okay?
Okay.
And actually, Your Honor, at this time, counsel has agreed to allow me to introduce a paper version. This is Exhibit 27. This is a self-authenticating document. It is the July 29th, 1998.
I agree with that,
request for
Manny.
dismissal of Melissa Waffenbarger. It is a certified document which has been provided to the defense, and I would enter that into evidence at this time.
Mr. McDermott?
No objection.
Okay, Exhibit 27 is admitted.
Okay. Now, Ms. Patton, you were testifying to the July 29th date, in particular, the instance in which the judge allowed Melissa to speak with Christopher. And your testimony is that you were present for that?
Yes,
Okay.
I was.
All right. Now, I am publishing State's Exhibit 27. Do you see the document listed, petitioner's dismissal?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is that actually the document that Melissa signed requesting the court to dismiss the battery charges against the defendant on that date?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is it your testimony that this happened, this request for dismissal and the signature of Melissa happened after the defendant requested the opportunity to speak? I believe your testimony was along with her.
I'm confused.
Okay. You recall testifying as to that July 29th date when you were in court with your daughter?
I don't believe I testified.
Well, just before we went to lunch, just today. Okay?
Okay.
Do you remember being in court with your daughter?
I remember being in court, yes.
Do you remember your daughter speaking with the defendant?
This is the second day of
Judge?
testimony.
Yes.
And do you recall the case being dismissed after that?
I wasn't clear on the case being dismissed.
Okay.
All I was really aware of is that I left the courthouse alone. Melissa did not leave the courthouse with me.
Okay. All right. And that was on that 29th date, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. All right.
This goes to show it's actually not uncommon for regular people to
You were,
leave court not knowing what happened.
Talking about that July incident, at any point did you go either pick Melissa up after that incident occurred?
No, sir.
How did you come into contact with Melissa after that July incident?
I didn't come into contact with Melissa after that July 29th. I turned the kids over to Kathy. Melissa was not with her when I gave the kids to Kathy. And
okay. Now,
Does that mean she didn't
talked
see
about seeing
her daughter for the
Melissa
last 6
somewhere
months of her
around 4 or
life?
5 times during the year, on average during the year. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would Melissa reach out to you and Carl Patton in the form of either calls or letters?
It was usually just her coming to the house.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I would come home and maybe find pictures or where she had been there and left pictures of the babies.
Okay, all right. And what about birthdays?
Okay.
Would she reach out to you on your birthdays?
Oh, she always called me on my birthday, the holidays, and mine and her dad's anniversary. She always remembered the dates.
Would she write cards and send you cards as well?
Oh yes, I got cards all the time.
Now, would she send cards to just you, or would she send them to anyone else?
Well, if it was just my birthday, it would be to me, but when it was an anniversary or something special like Valentine's Day, it would be me and Carl.
Is that what you were referring to when you were talking about, I guess, the differences between, say, Melissa and Tina?
Yes.
Okay. So your testimony is that you got accustomed to receiving a call or letter or card on important days.
Right. Always.
And do you remember a point in time when you stopped seeing or hearing, or when did it?
Great question.
In September and October of 98, Melissa was in DeKalb County Jail. I found out that she'd been picked up for violation of probation. She was in the DeKalb County Jail, and I went to see her while she was locked up in September and October.
Okay. And so you went to the jail to see her?
Yes.
All right. What condition was she in when you went to the jail to see her?
Melissa's always been a really quiet child, so we just basically, trying to find out what her court date was going to be and that kind of thing. At that time, she told me that she wanted something special for Christmas. And I said, okay, what would you like? And she said, it's not something you can go out and buy, Mom. She says, you don't have to go out and buy it. And I said, okay. And she said, I want a picture of me and Pawpaw.
Okay. Who is Pawpaw?
Pawpaw was Carl's father.
All right.
And he passed away on one of the times that Melissa had run away.
Oh.
Okay. I see. Okay.
I wonder how many times she ran away.
Did that have an impact on Melissa?
Yes.
All right. And is that why she wanted that photograph?
Right. And she said that's all she wanted for Christmas.
Okay.
So I went and I found a picture of her and her pawpaw that I liked and I thought she would like, and I made it into an 8x10, and I wrapped it up to have it to give to her Christmas.
Okay. Did you ever get an opportunity to give that photograph that she asked you for?
Sure.
Did you ever get an opportunity to give Melissa that photograph?
No, I did not, because Christmas 1998, she didn't come. She didn't call.
Okay. Now, Ms. Patton, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 69. Let me start with chronological order. 67, 68, 69, and 70, okay? We can take a look at these exhibits, you tell the court if you recognize them.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Can you take a look at this exhibit and tell the court?
Hopefully we get to see what this exhibit.
Yes, that's my baby girl.
Okay, is it a photograph of her?
Yes, it is.
Is that photograph representative of how Melissa looked at the time of her death?
No, sir.
And why not?
Because this was a photo that we went to Glamour Shots when at South Lake Mall.
Okay.
Just me and her.
And how old was Melissa at that time?
This, I think, I'm not sure, was probably 1997, so she would have been 20.
All right. So that roughly is about a year before she went missing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to tender in evidence State's Exhibit 1.
Mr. McDermott?
No objection.
Okay, Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Okay. And as to State's Exhibits 67 through 70, are those in fact the cards that you received from your daughter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the, copies of the cards, are those
right?
Are those accurate copies of the cards that you received?
Yes.
Your Honor, at the time, the state will move to introduce into evidence State's Exhibits 67, 68, 69, and 70.
Mr. McDermott?
No objection.
Okay.
Permission to publish?
7, 68, 69, and 70 are admitted, and yes, you may publish them.
Thank you. Oh, okay. We're going to start publishing State's Exhibit 1. And can you tell the court what we're looking at?
That's this photo right here.
Okay. And who is that on that photograph?
Melissa.
And is that who we've been talking about here this morning?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is that the same person that ultimately disappeared in December 1998?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 67. And you were testifying as to cards that you would receive from your daughter. Can you tell us what we're looking at that's being published from State's Exhibit 67?
It's a card addressed to me that I got for my birthday.
All right. And what's the date indicated on that card? You see that? Do you see the month?
February.
All right. And you see the year that was sent?
Yes, 1997.
Okay. And that appears to be that same year that we had the Glamour Shots photo in Exhibit 1?
I believe so.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 68. Now, Exhibit 8 is being published now. Can you tell us what we're, Exhibit 68 is being published. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
That is anniversary card that Melissa sent to me and her dad.
Okay.
Who was a serial killer? I have to keep bringing that up.
Did she also include a written note?
Yes, she did.
Can you read that into the record?
Happy anniversary. This year, I'm going to take you out to lunch. My only day off is June 6th. Meet us there at 11:45 to 12 o'clock at Ryan's. You and Dad can bring JC and Kimberly.
Okay. And when we're talking about Dad, is she referring to Carl Patton?
Yes.
And is this a card from just Melissa, or is there anyone else included on this card?
She signed it, Melissa, Chrissy, and Joey.
Who's conspicuously
And who are those
missing?
persons?
Chrissy is Christina, and Joey is Joseph.
Okay. Those your grandchildren?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 69. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
That's Father's Day card to her dad.
Okay. And can you read into the record the top part of the front of the card on the left?
For a dad who means so much.
All right.
You want me to read the rest of it?
No, that's fine. Thank you. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom of State's Exhibit 69. And is there anything written at the top corner of that exhibit?
Father's Day.
All right. And who is that addressed to?
Carl Patton.
And who is he?
He is Melissa's dad.
Okay. All right. And last, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 70. Exhibit 70 is being published. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
That is Mother's Day to me.
All right. And is that in 97 as well?
Yes, it is.
All right. I'm going to scroll down to the end of State's Exhibit 70. And do you see a handwritten note from Melissa?
Next Wednesday, May 14th, I would like to take you and Daddy out for lunch. I'll give you your Mother's Day present then.
Okay. Now, so when you're testifying as to the ways that your daughter Melissa would keep in contact with you, is that what you've been talking about? You know, the exhibits represented in 67 and 70.
Yes, sir.
6 through 70. Okay. So we get to December, and you do not hear anything from Melissa.
Right.
When do you start to take action, or when do you start to do something related to that?
I was really upset that I hadn't heard from her, and she didn't call Christmas Day, and she didn't come. So I started worrying immediately. It took me until my birthday to convince her dad that something was wrong, that
Okay. So your birthday's
to my birthday.
okay. And that would have been around February.
That was February, yes.
99.
Yes.
All right.
You'd think that he would figure something was wrong quick.
We start trying to find her.
What do you do to try to find her?
I believe after my birthday, we went to Brookline Street in Atlanta to where her and Chris were living. And when we got there, the house was empty. Nobody was living
Okay.
in the house.
And at any point, do you make any attempts to contact law enforcement?
Not right away. I did when another month or so, I guess.
Remembering that
It
she had a
actually
habit of
took
running
me
away.
Till the whole year of 1999 to be able to convince everybody that something was wrong.
Okay. When you say everybody, who are you trying to talk to?
Just friends and family and
An entire year.
Was it, well,
That's interesting.
had there ever been a period of time when you had gone without speaking to Melissa? Like you're talking about December to your birthday in February. Had you ever gone that long without talking to her?
No,
Okay.
no. That was the longest time frame that I hadn't talked to her.
All right. What is the first law enforcement agency that you attempted to contact?
Atlanta.
Okay. And did you speak to someone at the Atlanta Police Department?
I did, and they told me.
Well, you can't say what they said. That's fine. Did you go to any other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
What agency was that?
That would be Henry County.
Okay. So if we're trying to orient, a time frame, and we're in 1999, and this is the year that you're going into the different agencies, can you tell us around what time of year you start with Atlanta Police Department?
It was probably in the spring. It was somewhere around in the springtime.
And how many times do you attempt to make contact with them?
Well, when I contacted them about it, they didn't want to. The officer the person I spoke to, I don't know who it was. They told me because she was married and she was over 18, and she was 21 at the time. So.
Okay. At what point did you go to Henry County?
Henry County, because we talked to a friend of ours and told him that we couldn't find Melissa, and what suggestions he could do to help us find her.
Okay. Did you make any attempts to contact the district attorney's office?
No.
Okay. At any point did you do that?
No.
All right. What other efforts did you do to look for Melissa during that period, in addition to going to different agencies?
Well, when we went to Brookline Street, one of the neighbors told us that Chris was working at the glass company. So we went over there, and Carl went in.
And you can't say what anybody told you. Were you able to locate the defendant at that glass company?
No.
Okay. All right. At any point did you meet with any lead detectives from the Atlanta Police Department after an investigation was open?
I'm confused.
Are you familiar with Detective Calhoun?
Yes.
Who is Detective Calhoun?
He was the name and number that I was given to contact when in 2003 when Melissa was finally identified.
Okay. And at that time, was it your understanding that he was a lead detective on that case?
Yes.
All right. And did you in fact contact that detective?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you provide information and conduct interviews with that detective?
Yes.
All right. And at any point did you conduct any interviews with the medical examiner's office?
As when I went and met with Detective Calhoun, he immediately took us to the medical examiner. He took me to the medical examiner's office.
What happened when you went to the medical examiner's office?
They basically took my sample.
What do you mean by that?
A cheek swab.
Okay. All right. So you gave a DNA sample that day?
Yes.
All right. And what was the purpose of that?
To verify that it was Melissa.
Okay. All right. And at any point, you familiar with Kathy Waffenbarger?
Yes, sir.
Who is Kathy Waffenbarger?
She is Chris's mother.
Okay. What's your relationship like? And I'm referring you back to that period of time when Melissa was alive. What was your relationship like with Kathy Waffenbarger?
The few times that I saw Kathy was when she brought Melissa and the babies to my house for Christmas.
Okay. When did you first meet her?
When Melissa and Chris started running away.
Okay. Was that before they were married?
Yes.
All right. And did you ever make any attempts to contact Miss Kathy Waffenbarger looking for your daughter?
And when we couldn't find Melissa in 1999, I caught Kathy pulling it in her driveway and getting out of the car with the two babies, Christina and Joey.
Okay. What did you do after that?
I pulled in the driveway. She immediately sent the two babies into the house. And when I got out of my car and walked up to her, I asked her where Melissa was.
Okay.
That
All right.
very suspicious, right?
Was that successful in locating your daughter, Melissa?
No.
All right. You had previously testified that Melissa would write letters to you.
Yes.
And would Melissa ever give you any insight as to what her life was like with Kathy Waffenbarger and Kimberly Cambron?
Basically, that in order for her to get any time with Christina, that she had to get up early in the morning and take the kids before Kathy got up there.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 71. Tell the court if you recognize this exhibit.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
It's one of the notes that I got home and found on my door.
And do you recognize the handwriting on that exhibit?
Yes, it is Melissa's.
Okay. How many times would you say you'd seen Melissa's handwriting?
Too many to count?
Okay. Is it more than 5?
Yes.
More than 10?
Yes.
And when she would send you the cards, as I've entered in 67 through 70, would she often write in her own handwriting as she did on those exhibits?
Yes.
And are those exhibits representative of what you actually turned over to our office?
Yes.
But in terms of the number, did you provide substantially more cards from your daughter? So there are 4 cards that you were shown.
Yeah.
Have more cards than that.
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. Okay. And is it your testimony, or are you able to say, based off of your experience viewing Melissa's handwriting, that is in fact Melissa's handwriting?
Yes.
Depicted on State's Exhibit 71.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state moved to tender in evidence, State's Exhibit 71.
Mr. McDermott?
No objection.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention to back page on this exhibit.
70, forgive me, I forgot to say, 71 is admitted.
Did Melissa ever write to you and talk about Kathy? Did she ever write to you and talk about Kathy Waffenbarger?
Yes.
Did she ever write to you and talk about Kathy and her children?
Yes.
Your grandchildren?
Yes.
On State's Exhibit 71, are you able to read her handwriting?
Yes.
Okay, can you start right here and end right here? Just start right there and read that into the record.
But Kimberly and I get along pretty good. Every time she hears her mom say something about me, she sticks up for me and tells me about it. I remember telling that Kathy said that she wishes me and Chris would move away. Kimberly says to her that if we moved, we would take Chrissy with us. Kathy said no, she won't either. And Kimberly, she is their daughter. Then Kathy said, no, she isn't. If someone said that about you, you would get mad. So did I. I told Chris, and Chris got mad. When Kathy asked to take Chrissy off, Chris said no. She better be here when I get back. Kathy got mad, and I laughed.
Now, based on that letter and your conversation that you had with Melissa, was it your impression that Melissa wanted to turn her children over to Kathy Waffenbarger?
No.
Was it your impression that Melissa wanted to permanently give up her custody of her children to Kathy Waffenbarger?
No.
Did Melissa ever say that?
No.
And your testimony is that 7 days after that July attack in 1998, Melissa asked for the case to be dismissed on July 29th. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
And is that also the date that your grandchildren went back with Kathy Waffenbarger?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned in 2003 that you made contact with lead detective Alton Calhoun. Was that when Melissa's remains were identified?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything else that happened in 2003 of significance?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
Melissa's father was arrested.
Okay. What was he arrested for?
He was arrested for murder.
All right. And was there a name associated with your husband, Carl Patton? Was there a nickname associated with him?
Yes.
And what is that nickname?
His nickname was Hot Shot.
A nickname, another nickname specifically, a national nickname associated with your husband. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes.
And what is that name?
The Flint River murders.
Okay, all right. And so you're familiar with that name?
Yes.
All right. Now, we're talking about 2003 when your husband is arrested and the remains are identified. Are you familiar with Bruce Jordan?
Yes.
All right. Was he the investigator that worked on that case?
Yes.
All right. And did you get an opportunity to meet Bruce Jordan?
Yes, I did.
Where did that meeting take place?
In my dining room.
All right. Was there anyone else present in your dining room when that happened?
I believe the original investigator on the Flint River murders was there.
Okay. Where was Carl Patton at that time?
They had taken him out.
All right. Now, had they arrested you as well at this time?
No, I was not under arrest.
Okay. And at any point, did you make any request
Yes,
after
I
Carl
did.
Patton was arrested?
Yes.
What was that request?
Bruce Jordan wanted me to help him and to talk to him about what Carl had done. And I told him if he wanted my help, that he needed to find my daughter.
Okay.
Because she was missing.
Okay. And so that request in 2003, and then you have the subsequent identification of the remains in that same year. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
How soon, if you can recall, how soon do we have that interview to where we get the identification?
Carl was arrested on the morning of February 23rd, and I was told on March 17th that Melissa had been found and ID'd.
Okay. What did you do after that?
I'm not understanding the question.
Okay. After you found out about the identity of the remains, did you know where the remains were located?
Yes, he told me they were in Atlanta.
Okay. Did you know where in relationship to the Brookline residence those remains were?
I was given the address of Avon Avenue.
Okay. All right. And did you also know that that was the same location where the defendant worked? Were you aware of that?
I did not realize it at that time.
Okay.
It was not until I met with Detective Calhoun and he took me to where she was found.
Okay. Now, going back to the request that you made of the detectives, did that end that investigation for you? Did you have to resolve any criminal cases yourself related to that Carl Patton homicide?
Yes, I did. I had to testify against him and tell them, answer their questions.
Okay. And so you testified against Carl Patton?
Yes, I did.
All right. One moment, Judge.
Sure.
I think he's getting close to the end of his questioning. I can't wait for the defense's questioning on Monday. Nancy, I think the only DNA evidence they had was to identify the remains of Melissa. I think that's it. I don't think there's DNA connection at all, if that's what you mean by DNA proof.
We had discussed the timing of today, and I think now's as good a time as any.
Yes, Judge, yes.
Unless you have some, okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so for first thing I'm going to do is you can stay there for just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, so in terms of scheduling today, one of you has an appointment at 4 and that y'all need to get to, and we all know how much time it takes to get where you need to go with the shuttle and all those things. So we're going to adjourn a little bit early today. Actually, in just a moment, I'm going to excuse you. I'm going to ask you to return on Monday morning at 10:30 a.m. So a little later. Hopefully you'll be a little behind the traffic. It won't be too bad. We will start Monday morning, 10:30 a.m., just like regular. Have you done it before? A couple of things to remind you about. As I have told you before, your decision in this case is supposed to be based only on the evidence that you hear in the courtroom. And so that means it would not be proper for you to talk to anybody about this, to allow anyone to talk to you about it. And that includes even amongst yourselves until I instruct you to begin deliberating. It also would not be proper for you to drive by locations, to look locations up, to look people up. And most assuredly, please don't do any independent research. Please try to avoid media in case there is media coverage regarding this case. Because again, your obligation, the oath that you undertook, was to make this decision based on the evidence that you hear in the courtroom. With that, I will thank you again for your time and patience and attention to this process. I hope you have a great weekend, and I'll see you Monday morning at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
They may have a
Just
few
1 second,
things.
sir. The deputy's coming for you.
They may have a
Thank
few
you.
things after the jury is excused. I don't think so, but they might. Very interesting. I can't wait to hear the defense, because what she just testified to was if they wanted her help, then they needed to find her
You are
daughter.
excused. You also will need to return tomorrow morning, or Monday morning at 10:30. But you're excused for the day. Thank you. Okay. Any matters from the parties that we need to address before we adjourn for the day?
Not from the state.
Mr. McDermott?
Nothing from the defense.
Okay. Two things I wanted to mention to y'all. One, I still need some jury charges.
You're going to get them. I've made notes. They're very, well, there's one or two additions. They're all patterns.
Yes, sir.
You know, with the graved out ones that say you don't have to, but you can. We're going to ask you to do it. I've got a couple questions about theirs. I'd rather talk with them first.
Sure.
And then, it'll take you 5 minutes to incorporate my changes.
Okay.
Unless something happens
That'll be fine.
between now and then.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is, I have, the reason that we'll be beginning on Monday at 10:30 is actually have a calendar scheduled on Monday morning. I don't believe any of you are on it. On Monday or Tuesday?
Is it Tuesday? Is
So
there one?
the big trial calendar call is on Tuesday. But Judge Cornwell is going to cover that for me in another courtroom. He just needs announcements, and if you have any pleas, he will be happy to take them on my behalf. So on Monday, I just wanted to let you know on Monday, we will be starting at 10:30 because I do have that matter. But basically, my intention is the moment, we get to 10:30, we'll just have Ms. Patton retake the stand, and we will start again with the jury. When there is that big of a gap in witnesses testifying, I probably will have her sworn again just to make sure. Other than that, I think hopefully everybody have a good weekend, and I will see you on Monday at 10:30. Okay? We are adjourned.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Let's see if there are anything you guys are saying here. Let's see. Let me go over to. All right. Autumn asks about jury charges. What they're talking about is getting ready to charge the jury to go in and deliberate when that comes. So that doesn't mean that the jury's going to get their charge soon. It just means that both sides of the case need to agree to what those charges are. Not criminal charges as in you must do this, you must do that kind of thing. That's what those are. Let's see, Jojo, I did get your other emails. I will respond to them as soon as I can. Robin says tonight's live is going to be a great one. Yeah, tonight we have Joseph Scott Morgan coming on. So grateful for Joseph to come on. In fact, I was just texting him 5 minutes ago. We've got that all confirmed. So we'll be talking about the photos from the Idaho 4 murders. So that should be fun. Majestic says it's nap time for me. And your oldest son's name is Gavin. Well, that's a good name. My parents didn't name me. My first name is not Gavin. It's my middle name. But they always intended on calling me Gavin, and I've been called that since the day I was born. So, yeah, okay. I think, let's see. Yeah, Nancy Drew says 3 or 4 years between finding her body and identifying her remains. Yeah, her remains were found in April and June of 1999. She was identified in 2003. That is correct. It's the whole case is just so weird. Okay, hey, I've enjoyed this. I've been able to keep my work going. I've submitted several articles today. I've called to a couple courts. It's been working. So we will continue this on Tuesday. Though I think I have a meeting that I need to go to in person in another town. So I might have a guest live stream these. I wonder if my wife would be up for it. I don't know, but we'll figure out something. Okay. With that, thank you very much for being here. I bid you adieu, and I will see you 7:30 tonight. Hopefully, take care. Thank you very much for watching this video. If you liked what you saw, please consider subscribing. And if you have any questions or comments, please leave them below.